Day Padawan Obi-Wan Kenobi was strolling through the hall laterals of the Senate building alone. Different emotions battled within him and none of them were willing to just vanish into the Force. He was proud that his master deemed him ready to take on knighthood. At the same time he felt offended that what should have been a spectacular day for him was being cut short. Master Jin hadn't even given him any warning. He felt as if he was being dumped off for this new kid that got his master fascinated the moment he had laid his eyes on him. Even though he knew his feelings were born from an attachment to his master that he wasn't supposed to feel, Obi-Wan couldn't help but feel a stab of jealousy. Also, it was infuriating how his master continued to oppose the council time and time again. Obi-Wan was worried that one of these times he would get into serious trouble for it. If Master Jin would hold his compassion in line just a little bit, he would sit in the council now. Then there was the boy, Anakin. While Obi-Wan agreed that he shouldn't be punished for the plans his father might have with him, he also thought taking him in was a risk. If there had ever been a Jedi who was in danger of being tempted by the dark side, it was Anakin Skywalker. Obi-Wan admired his master's resolution, his belief that he would be able to stray the boy from that path. Obi-Wan doubted he would be able to offer such confidence. That was what it all boiled down to. Anakin was still so young and Obi-Wan believed him when he said he had never used the dark side. Any inclination of doing so would be the fault of whoever raised him. This also meant that if the boy became a danger, it would fall back on his master. Therefore, Obi-Wan was secretly glad that the council had refused his request. After leaving the chambers, Qui-Gon had charged his Padawan with showing Anakin to the Senate building. The boy had wanted to spend some time with Padme, the Queen's handmaiden that he had befriended on their ride. As they had nothing else to do, it was as good a place as any to stay at. That was why Obi-Wan was now wandering the halls. However, he was pulled out of his musings when he felt his master's presence approaching. He had wanted to speak with the council again, so the Padawan assumed he came to pick up the boy again. Obi-Wan made his way to where he had left the child. However, when he arrived, the guards told him Master Jin was busy talking to Queen Amidala. They let him through, but he had to wait at the entrance. This meant he was able to hear the voices of his master and the Queen, who was clothed as extravagantly as usual. Have called for a vote of no confidence. Senator Palpatine has been elected as the new Chancellor, but I'm afraid too much time will pass before he has settled in and is able to send Naboo the help it needs. Therefore, I am returning to my people to help them in any way I can. I must advise you against this, Your Highness, Master Jin emphasized. The Trade Federation will kill you. I know about the risk, but my decision will not be changed. Then at least you should take an escort with you capable of protecting you. The Jedi Council has already offered to send somebody with me. I have a plan on how to win the upper hand in this conflict, but it involves rather delicate negotiations. I would not be comfortable taking with me people I do not know. I would have agreed for you and your Padawan to accompany me, but the council said this would not be possible. Can you explain to me why? Obi-Wan was trying very much not to appear as if he was listening in, even though he was sure both of them were already aware of his presence. His master hesitated. The council refused to take in young Anakin Skywalker, the boy we picked up on Tatooine. We knew it was a risk since he was technically too old to be trained, but I felt responsible for him. I believe he could be a great Jedi one day. Since the council doesn't want to have anything to do with him, I have decided to take matters into my own hand. I have resigned the Jedi Order officially not 1 hour ago, and as such I am no longer under their command. Obi-Wan couldn't help a shocked gasp as he heard those news. Master Jin had left the Jedi Order? What was he thinking? This boy couldn't possibly be so special that he had to sacrifice his life as a Jedi for him. I am sorry to hear this, Queen Amidala said, though there was little compassion in her neutral, even cold voice. However, that does not change my need for an escort, I trust. If you will not accompany me as a Jedi, would you agree to be hired as my bodyguard for this mission? I would be happy to help you in any way I can, Your Highness. The audience was over and Obi-Wan was left feeling empty, a strange sense of betrayal tugging at his heart. Qui-Gon came towards him when he left the hall, looking at him with a pained expression, but still it was only a passing glance before he continued on, probably searching for his new Padawan. Obi-Wan stood rooted to the spot. A part of him screamed that he should follow his master, should talk to him and demand answers. Another part, however, was still reeling in shock and betrayal, unable to believe that his master would just leave him like that, without even telling him what he planned. Part of him was considering asking the council to send him with them as the official representative, but he knew they would refuse. The mission was too dangerous to be performed by less than 2 Jedi. Master Jin didn't count anymore, and Obi-Wan wasn't a knight yet. Instead, he would probably have to spend time preparing for his exam. The Padawan was tempted to just blame it all on the boy, but deep within he knew the truth, that Master Jin was simply too compassionate for his own good. That thought did not lessen the hurt, and so Obi-Wan remained where he was. He would have to meditate, to bring order to his troubled thoughts and feelings before he could face his master again. He knew that he wouldn't be able to change his mind, but Obi-Wan was a Jedi, soon to be a knight, and even though it hurt, he had learned to let go when it was time. That was, after all, the way of the Jedi. XXX. Qui-Gon Jinn took his new student with him on the trip to Naboo. It pained him to leave Obi-Wan behind without as much as a goodbye. It was, however, important that his former student could make a clean cut and separate himself from his master mentally. Qui-Gon hoped that his rather cold departure would help him to forget about him. He remembered quite vividly when his own master, Dooku, had left the Jedi Order. He had been devastated. His teachings had influenced his life greatly, and he would even dare say his small rebellion against the Council was rooted in those teachings. He didn't want Obi-Wan to have the same problems. It was better that he resented him than that he developed the wish to follow in his footsteps. Obi-Wan was strong in the Force, his anger would not tempt him. Qui-Gon knew that the Council's rejection bothered Anakin, and spending more time with the group that took him from his planet might help him deal with it. Also, Qui-Gon had always thought there was something strange about the actions of the Trade Federation. The blockade didn't make any sense, not around Naboo when there were other planets that would have suffered more from it. Even his Padawan, his former one, had felt the discrepancy. He was determined to finish his last mission, and glad the Queen had given him the chance. He had told Anakin that he would teach him the Jedi way even though he wasn't part of the Order anymore, and the boy had accepted that. During their flight he let him do a few exercises meant for younglings, most of which Anakin already knew. His grip on the Force was astonishing for his age, and Qui-Gon had to admit a reluctant respect for his former teacher. On Naboo they approached the Gungans, and the Queen's plan to ask them for help by stroking their ego was revealed only that the brightly dressed woman wasn't the real Queen but a devil. Qui-Gon couldn't help a small smile when he saw Anakin's shocked expression, as nobody else but his friend Padme walked to the front and declared herself the Queen of Naboo. With the help of the Gungans insured, they quickly made a battle plan, and Qui-Gon and Anakin joined a small group of troopers to protect the Queen as she went to capture the Viceroy of the Trade Federation, while the Gungan army provided a distraction. Qui-Gon ordered Anakin to search for a safe place. Being who he was, he chose the cockpit of a small starfighter, and stay there when they were greeted by blaster fire upon entering the palace. Unbeknownst to him, this would later lead to Anakin being hauled into space by his ship's autopilot and the ultimate destruction of the droid mothership, thereby saving the lives of hundreds of Gungans. Meanwhile, the rest of the team had dispatched of the droids in the entry hall. Padme was going to lead them into the next corridor when suddenly the door opened, revealing a black-clad figure, dark hood covering a blood-red face with demonic black markings. It was the same assassin that had attacked them on Naboo. Qui-Gon cursed silently. Vader was supposed to have killed this man. Why did they still have to encounter him in the most inconvenient moment? "I'll take care of this one," he said, gripping his lightsaber. Padme nodded quickly and turned to her people. "We take the long way." XXX. Flashback. Maul was momentarily distracted as the ship began to move, setting course for the horizon. Vader used his weakness to attack viciously. The smell of burned flesh filled the air, followed by a pained shout, and then Maul's right hand with the saber still in it flew through the air, ending up buried in the sand behind him. Darth Maul sank to his knees, forced to watch with hatred but also helplessly as Vader approached slowly, his long red saber brushing the sand as he walked up to him almost casually. The apprentice closed his eyes in pain. He knew that this was his end. "You are moderately talented in wielding a saber," Darth Vader said, amusement tinting his voice. "But your grip on the Force is weaker than it should be. You still have much to learn." "Why are you doing this?" Maul asked and lifted his eyes up to the ship that was little more than a light in the distance by now. "Why are you helping a Jedi? Do I really have to explain to you the importance of subtlety? Can you really not understand that some plans have to have their foundations laid years and decades before you may reap the fruits of your labor? I thought for sure Sidious would teach you at least this much. So you know about my master. He taught you, didn't he? Is that betrayal I feel?" Vader mocked. "Did you really think he would keep you forever? Sidious changes his alliances like I change my lightsabers. Yes, he was my mentor at some point. Now he is teaching you, and once you are no longer useful he will replace you as well. I even know whom he has set his eyes on next. You are a dead man walking, Maul." "How is that possible?" the apprentice wanted to know, bravely keeping himself from moaning in pain as he held his arm stump. "My master believes in the rule of two. How did you escape him?" "Easy," Vader replied with a feral grin. "I died." He leaned in closer, a sudden spark of inspiration momentarily chasing away his murderous urges. "I can help you to do the same." He let his red blade hover just by his throat, forcing him to lean backwards. "Let me help you to fake your death. Join me and I will teach you the true nature of the dark side. Forswear your allegiance with Darth Sidious, become my apprentice, and together we shall return glory to the darkness. Together we shall bring balance to the Force." He really had to struggle to keep his mirth out of his voice as he said those words. The Jedi had always believed that it was his destiny to destroy the Sith because the light was the natural state of the Force and bringing balance meant securing the current situation. But Vader very much loved the power he had and was far more inclined to believe the opposite. The last time around he had destroyed the Jedi until Kenobi and Yoda had remained the last two, as opposed to the two Sith. A perfect balance. This time around, he didn't have to worry about balance. He was no longer concerned with destiny or right or wrong. For him, the world was his to do what he wished with it, and as long as his main objective, the safety of his family, was assured, he could destroy Jedi and Sith alike. He could raise a new Sith Order with dozens of members, or he could wipe them out entirely. He had deliberately not decided on a course because as soon as he did there was the danger of Sidious and Yoda sensing his intentions through the Force. But whatever he did finally chose, one was for sure, it was a goal worthy of the chosen one. He had not expected Maul to take him up on the offer, not immediately and not with the conviction he felt leaking through his shields as the apprentice grabbed the hand Vader offered him. Maul had died long before Vader had begun his descent into darkness. He had never really spent much thought on him. When he first took on his new name he had done some research on Sidious' former apprentices and found that he had trained Maul from a very young age but limited his education to that of an dark assassin to maintain the rule of two. Sidious had still been an apprentice himself at that time. That explained why Maul had not used the Force even once during their duel. He had had too little, if any, training in it, and Vader promising him to teach what he had been missing out was tempting. That, and he was weaponless with a saber at his throat. Darth Vader deactivated the weapon and allowed Maul to get to his knees. His healthy arm formed a fist by his chest. It was the same pose Sidious had demanded he take whenever he approached him. "I pledge myself to you, Darth Vader, my master. I will follow your every command and succumb to your authority." Ah, Vader had almost forgotten about that part of apprenticeship. Sidious had always had a knack for dramatics. Vader, in turn, did not care about it at all. He was used to being dramatic simply by existing. Still, it was nice being called master. "I accept your servitude. Rise, my apprentice. I have much to do for you." Darth Maul watched as the group of his targets split up and the gray-haired Jedi approached him. 7 persons continue to the Viceroy, 1 Jedi stays to confront me, the Sith whispered. Only one, a voice only he could hear clarified. Maul nodded, only to remember that his new master wouldn't be able to see it. Yes. Which one? The master. Proceed as planned. Don't kill him yet through. Yes, master. Darth Maul rushed forward to attack the Jedi, who promptly blocked his first strike with his lightsaber. A fierce battle broke out between them, Maul's red saber fighting against Jin's blue. Now the master's hair might already start to gray, but he was still a formidable opponent and the young Sith had to fight for every advantage. He couldn't afford to lose, not this time around. XXX. Flashback. Darth Maul stumbled after his new master, clutching his profusely bleeding arm stump. They seemed to have arrived in some kind of store for starship spare parts. Vader led him into a hidden room behind the main store. Lay down, he ordered him after cleaning a workbench of tools. What are you going to do? He asked, trying to squelch the fear in him as Vader opened a cupboard and took from it a syringe. You will need a new arm, he said neutrally. Fortunately for you, I am an expert when it comes to mechanical limbs. Really, in the end you will thank me I cut it off. The syringe pumped an unknown liquid into his shoulder and immediately Maul lost all feeling in the area. It didn't stop there though. The numbness began to spread over his chest, to his other arm and even his legs. Maul felt his face go slack until he couldn't move a single inch. Vader returned with a number of metal parts and tools and began working to ram the durasteel bolts into his flesh, working to connect them with his bones. Maul had felt nothing at all, but suddenly there was a new kind of pain. It was right in his head. Darth Maul realized with horror that Vader was invading his mind. It felt like a thick, slimy worm winding through his brain, without any subtlety, painful and rough, searching his mind and memories. Images from his past began flashing in front of his eyes. Maul was 6 and his father was counting the credits he got as a hooded figure lay a white hand on his shoulder, leading him away. He was leaving behind 2 younger brothers. He was 8 and killed his first victim, a smuggler at the wrong place to the wrong time. His master had made it into a test for him. He was 10 and for the first time allowed to leave the planet of Mustafar. His master took him to a cave where they searched for red crystals to use in lightsabers. He was 12 and his training evolved from purely physical saber fighting to using the Force to strengthen his body. He was 15 and learned how to merge with the shadows, to kill silently and not leave any traces. He was 17 and went to his first solo mission, a mid-level assassination. The images came faster and faster at this point. No longer was Vader interested in his past or even his abilities. Instead he searched for his feeling and thoughts. He found out how Maul had practically adored his master when he was young. Sidious had been a father figure to him, his only connection to the world of the living while he trained on the bare, volcanic planet Mustafar. He was a strict master who often punished him when he did wrong, but he had accepted that. Maul only started doubting their relationship when Sidious started asking the impossible from him, when he gave him missions he knew were over his head. At first his master was disappointed with him, but eventually, he merely sneered and called him useless. He stopped training him, stopped wasting time with him. Maul knew he was losing his respect and he realized there was no real connection between them. He was simply a tool to be used worse, a tool that had lost its worth. Of course Darth Maul fought against the invading presence in his mind, but he quickly found out that his attacker was far stronger than him. Struggling only brought him pain, and under the influence of the narcotic he could not fight back physically either. Darth Vader ripped through his shields, weakened from the fight and blood loss, and searched his very soul for all his weaknesses. Finally the Sith simply gave up and let him search through his memories. Your connection with Darth Sidious is still strong, Vader muttered as he worked on his arm. He had not stopped or looked at Maul even once during the interrogation, as if getting through his shields took no effort on his part at all. If you truly want to break free from Sidious' grasp, this connection has to be severed. He does not seem to check your every move, but he will use it to contact you soon to inquire about your latest mission. Darth Maul asked himself how he was supposed to sever a connection that had been built over years and decades in time to avoid Sidious locating and punishing him for his failure. Not at all, Vader answered, and Maul cursed silently. He had not noticed the other Sith was still in his mind. You are going to continue following Sidious' orders. This was not your first failure, as such he will not push too much. You will be able to hide the reason of it and tell him that you will chase after the Queen to kill her. You want me to kill the Queen after all? Maul asked silently, unable to move his mouth still. No, but it will provide you with cover. You are my apprentice now, but it will take time until we establish a connection strong enough to communicate with. Therefore, I will implant a chip into your ear that works as a COMM link. It senses the vibrations of your jaw, therefore you only have to whisper and I will hear you clearly. The Queen will travel to Naboo and it is in the palace where you will ambush her and her escort. As soon as you arrive you will describe everything you see to me and act according to my orders. Maul had no idea where this was going, and he found he didn't like being left in the dark. At least his old master had always told him clearly what was expected of him and left the method to him. It should be obvious to you by now. I plan for you to die on Naboo. 2 Jedi will likely be part of the escort. We will use them to fake your death. Then I will forcefully sever your mind connection to Sidious so that he will feel your death. If I did so now, Sidious would investigate and find out about me. He's less likely to question it when you die on Naboo, fighting the Queen's Jedi escort. You will have to keep a low profile after that and concentrate on your force training. That did not sound too bad, yet Maul would feel better if he knew the full plan. You do realize you are still in the middle of an operation? There is no use explaining the plan as long as your mind is still drugged. Have some patience, my apprentice. Everything will be revealed in due time. XXX. Darth Maul let himself be pushed back into a narrow corridor. Sporadically laser barriers would spring up, interrupting their duel. I'm winning, Darth Maul declared loudly, even though such boasting was completely unusual for him. Slow down, his master answered in his ear. Attack fiercely but sloppily and then pretend to get tired. Maul ground his teeth but complied. It became clear that the gray-haired Jedi was no longer in top condition himself. It was hard, attacking him while not leaving his defense open but at the same time making it somewhat believable when he didn't notice a slip in his enemy's defense. He could have killed the Jedi 3 times by now, and it was irking him that he was not allowed to do so. Another barrier sprung up and Maul ended up on the other side. He watched somewhat disbelieving as the Jedi sat down and began to mediate in the middle of the battle. I will have trouble making it believable at this point, he muttered silently as he began pacing, never leaving the Jedi out of his sight. Talk to him. Mock him. Ask him where he left his Padawan. Make him angry. Maul admitted freely that he was not good at such things. He didn't normally have to draw out a duel this much. He killed his opponents with quick surprise attacks. The barrier opened again. I will kill you today, Jedi, he said as menacingly as possible while he attacked. You are no match for me. I wonder if that Padawan who called for you on the desert planet will cry over you. Is your kind even allowed to cry? The Jedi didn't answer, and instead of being fueled by anger, his attacks became weaker, his hands trembling. Maybe I will come for him next. Maybe I'll tell him how I killed you before I do the same to him. That got a reaction out of him at last. I do not have a Padawan any longer, the man said, teeth gritted. In fact, I'm not even a Jedi anymore. I left the order. For my former student, I might as well be dead already. What was most disconcerting was that Darth Maul couldn't feel any dishonesty from his words. You left the Jedi Order, he repeated, knowing his master would only hear it this way. Most interesting. Then why are you still protecting the Queen? Maul was not very good at subtlety. Even the Jedi scowled, noticing the lack of real hostility in his voice. Maul had been taught to hide his emotions as to never give his enemy a weakness. He was not good at acting. I'm doing it because it is the right thing to do. All the while their sabers were still clashing, none of them relenting for a second. Triple X. Anakin Skywalker laughed in triumph as the massive ship went up in a giant fireball. He'd done it, he'd really done it. His joy, however, didn't last long. Suddenly the boy had the strongest urge to return to the palace, pronto. Someone down there was in desperate need of help. Triple X. There has been a change of plan, his new master spoke through the COMM link. I want you to lure him to the generator on level 0. Darth Maul barely managed not to let his surprise show. They had prepared everything for their plan here, and now his master wanted him to go to the other side of the palace? I don't think you know what you're doing, he growled, still pretending to speak to the Jedi. You will die today, my apprentice. It is up to you whenever it will be real or not. The two combatants had reached the shaft leading to the underground levels. The Queen will die, the apprentice declared. You cannot stop me. With that, Maul jumped away, deactivated his lightsaber and let himself fall into the shaft. The Jedi was thrown off by his sudden retreat. For a moment he hesitated, arguing if he should hurry back to his charge or follow the Sith. Finally he decided Maul was more likely to continue being a threat to her if he let him go, and thus, he jumped after him. Maul was using his new mechanical arm to stop his fall every few meters so the crash wouldn't kill him. In the end he landed on level 0. He looked back to make sure the Jedi was still following him, then he started sprinting down the corridor. He was now in a system of underground tunnels. In the middle of the system, right under the throne room, the main generator could be found that provided the entire palace with electricity. If he blew it up, the entire palace was going to collapse. I'm in position, Maul muttered as soon as he reached the generator. Good. Place the explosives and get out of there. Yes, Master. And Maul? Don't forget about the Jedi. Darth Maul scowled slightly. He managed to place all bombs and activate their timer before the Jedi emerged from the tunnels. The Sith drew his lightsaber again. This would be a close thing. Triple X. Anakin speed up his fighter and made it down to the surface in record time. Master Jin had told him to trust the whisper of the Force, and right now he was sure that the group heading for the Viceroy was in danger. The boy maneuvered his fighter towards the palace. He managed to hover right by the throne room. Padme. I mean, Queen Amidala, he hurriedly corrected himself. Padme stood there with a blaster in her hand, pointing it at the Viceroy. She and her escort seemed to have everything under control. But where was Master Jin? Anakin. What are you doing here? Anakin grinned. I came to pick you up. I have a feeling something bad is going to happen here soon, so please come with me. Padme, one of her guards and the Viceroy, as a hostage, barely managed to get into the small fighter. At Anakin's advice, the rest of the group used ropes to get out of the palace through the windows. Where is Master Jin? Anakin wanted to know. The assassin who confronted us on Tatooine is back, Padme explained. Master Jin went after him. I hope he is all right, Anakin replied. Just in that moment, a loud explosion caused him to look behind him. The boy's eyes widened almost comically as he saw the ring of fire around the base of the palace shortly before the entire building began to shake. Master Jin, he whispered brokenly. Triple X. Darth Vader dropped his binoculars and pulled his black hood forward to further conceal his face. He was glad that Anakin had received the message he had sent into his subconsciousness. It didn't appear as if he thought it was anything but a whisper of the Force. That was good. He couldn't have the boy learn just how deep their connection went. Vader had groomed it over years of meditation training, subtly planted his presence into the boy's brain until he was irrevocably connected to him. Vader was now able to not only speak to Anakin over any distance, he was also able to send him commands that the boy would feel a strong compulsion to follow. It would be useless if he commanded him to do something he would absolutely refuse, but as long as he could disguise it as a Force warning, Anakin was unlikely to resist. That was how he had warned his son about the danger Padme was in. He had timed it perfectly and the bombs exploded shortly after. Now it was time to go and pick up his new apprentice, or what was left of him. XXX. The damage on the palace is massive, the guard reported. We estimate that 13 people died in the explosion and from the following destruction. Luckily the tunnels were reserved for servants and maintenance droids and not too many were on duty today. Queen Amidala's expression was grave as she asked, "What about the Jedi, my personal guard? Did you find him yet?" I am sorry, Your Highness. We found 2 severely burned bodies with the remains of the reactor. Also we could recover this." He showed her 2 very damaged and soot-blackened lightsabers. It seemed that neither the Jedi nor the assassin survived. "I am sorry." From behind the Queen, a small boy walked forward, wide eyes focused on one of the lightsabers. "I recognize this one," he whispered. "It belongs to Master Jin." He looked up to the Queen, unshed tears glinting in his eyes. "Master Jin. He believed in me. He even left the Jedi Order just so he could teach me." Oh Ani, Padme sighed and pulled him into a hug, not caring what the other people around them thought. "I'm so sorry." Anakin returned the hug fiercely. Padme was safe and warm and exactly what he needed to numb the pain in his chest. It wasn't the first time he'd lost a friend, but it didn't hurt any less for it. XXX. Obi-Wan Kenobi stared at the lightsaber in his hand numbly. It couldn't be. It just couldn't be. It felt like losing his master all over again, only worse, and that wasn't possible because it had been so bad the first time around. Qui-Gon Jinn was dead. Obi-Wan had let him go on that dangerous mission all by himself. He had stayed behind because he was feeling hurt and betrayed, and now he was dead, and oh force, it was his fault. "I'm sorry," the small boy whispered, and why were there tears in his eyes when Obi-Wan's were as dry as a desert? The newly knighted Jedi looked down at Anakin Skywalker and a sudden wave of hatred rushed over him. It was his fault, all of it. He was part of a trap set for his master. His father was supposed to have killed the assassin, and yet he still came to murder Master Jin. Surely Anakin had only been sent with them to spy on them, to see where they would go next, to relay the Queen's plans. The young Jedi got the feeling of a sick, slimy tendril wrapping around him, stealing his breath away. A faint whisper talking of revenge and destruction. Obi-Wan pulled himself together and let out a breath. This was ridiculous, and he knew it. Anakin was clearly shaken up about this. He had lost his master as well, he realized. "It's nor your fault," Obi-Wan said, unable to hide the pain in his voice. "I'm the one who should have fought at his side. There's nothing you could have done. I thank you for bringing me this," he said, gripping his master's lightsaber tightly. His funeral is to be held on his home world tomorrow evening. The Queen of Naboo has ordered preparations to be made, and I'm allowed to go with her. I'm sure you could come too, if you want to." Those words felt like salt in his wound. Master Jin should have a funeral on Coruscant after the traditions of the Jedi. But he had left the Order, had died in disgrace, and as such he would be transferred and buried on a planet he barely had any connection to. It wasn't fair. That his master had managed to pull the assassin with him was only a small comfort. For Obi-Wan it only meant he had nobody to blame but himself and a small boy full of crushed hopes. "What will you do now?" he asked the child. Anakin shrugged. "I guess my father will want me to come home." Obi-Wan stiffened. Master Jin had done everything he could to keep the boy away from his Sith father, and now it should all be in vain? That must not happen. He could not let it happen. "No," he decided, "you cannot go back. Doing so would go against Master Jin's last wish that you be trained as a Jedi. But the Council. You will not go back. I won't allow it." Obi-Wan had no idea how to do it yet. As much as he mourned over his master, he knew he would never follow his example and leave the Order to train the boy. Still, he was determined to at least try. As it later turned out, his cause was not as lost as it had been before the Battle of Naboo. Anakin's age stood against the Force training he'd already had. His high midichlorian levels and the possibility of his great fate stood against the high risk of him following in his father's footsteps. Now, a new factor was added, and that was young Anakin's role in the battle. He had single-handedly taken out the droid mothership, a deed that over a dozen other pilots had failed at. His talents were not limited to using the Force, he was special. But even with his piloting talents, his shot on the ship had been a lucky one. Or, as the Jedi Council saw it, it was a proof that the Force was with him. And if it was the will of the Force that he return unharmed to the temple, maybe it wanted him to be a Jedi after all. In the end, the Jedi Council had allowed him to stay. They had decided he'd skip the initiate stage entirely and be assigned to Obi-Wan Kenobi as a Padawan immediately. Partly it was because he'd done really well in his tests, but he knew a larger part was because they didn't want him mingling with the other younglings. He was powerful, had a Sith for a father, was the reason another Jedi Master had resigned from the Order, and now he was getting special treatment. Anakin might not be a genius, but even he could see why the other children would shun him. Personally, he didn't have anything against the decision, with one exception. He almost felt bad for it, but he really didn't think it was a good idea to have Obi-Wan Kenobi as a master. The man had barely finished his own apprenticeship, and while he might be a good knight, that didn't make him a good master. Also, Anakin still felt kinda guilty for what happened to Qui-Gon, and if he was feeling guilty, then surely there was at least some part of Obi-Wan who blamed him too. He was grateful, of course, that he got to be a Jedi at all, and he supposed there wasn't much that could be done if there was literally no other Jedi willing to take him on, but still. When he had told Obi-Wan about what happened on Naboo, the man didn't really look okay with it. Actually, he looked pretty unstable. He understood that the Jedi wanted to prevent him from ever using the dark side, though even now nobody had bothered to explain to him what was so terrible about it, but putting him with a grieving master who was probably filled to the brink with sad and angry thoughts himself didn't strike him as the best way to do it. Don't mistake him though, he hoped Obi-Wan would get better soon, he'd even like to help him heal if he could. He just didn't think he was up to the challenge of taking a student. XXX. Darth Vader exhaled and slowly opened his eyes. The Force was so thick around him one could hear it cracking, tiny tremors running through it as the Sith Lord emerged from his deep meditative trance. At times like these he really missed his capsule on the Executor. He could still feel his son's presence, the thread that connected them almost visible to him. He had needed trust and attachment to open it, but once established, traveling along this connection became easier every day. The Force guided him along it as his mind journeyed across the galaxy, right into the head of his younger self. That was how he had been able to watch things unfold, seeing through young Anakin's eyes, reading his thoughts but staying unnoticed as he followed him from Naboo to Coruscant, to Qui-Gon's funeral, and finally back to the Jedi Temple again. The Council had accepted Anakin, and Jedi Knight Obi-Wan Kenobi was to be his master. Satisfied with his work, the Sith Lord stood. His ship was flying through hyperspace on autopilot, so he was free to walk through it. A metal door opened at a mental command of his, and he walked into a small room, holding nothing but one bare stretcher. On top of it a figure laid, clad in black robes with blood-red skin glowing in the dark. Vader let his hand float over his head for a moment, sending a command into the sleeping mind of his apprentice. Suddenly Darth Maul opened his eyes wide, yellow eyes not even taking in his surroundings fully when he sat up. A red blade sprung to life in his hand, and he took a swipe at the Lord's throat. Barely an inch before the lightsaber connected with flesh, his hand abruptly stopped, and no matter how much he pushed, it wouldn't move. "That is not the kind of welcome I expected from you," Vader said dryly. Recognition flashed in the yellow eyes, and Maul quickly deactivated the blade, lowering his head. "Forgive me, Master." His eyes fell onto the weapon in his hand. "This is not my sword. Your original weapon was left on Naboo to give credence to your supposed demise. I have a whole stock of spares. You can help yourself from it until you can build yourself a new one." Maul was silent at that. Vader felt his unease and asked, "What troubles you, my apprentice?" "I remember quite clearly that when you came for me after the explosion, you tried to kill me," he ground out. Vader raised an eyebrow. "I find your lack of faith disturbing," he sneered. "I reorganized your mind and forcefully broke your connection with your former master. You knew of this part of the plan. Surely you did not imagine it to be painless." What he didn't mention was that while he had used the Force to bind Maul to himself, he had also left a barrier buried deep in his mind that would make it impossible for the assassin to turn on him. Doing so had been easy, as he'd just had to replace the barrier Sidious had put there with his own. Obedience was now deeply engraved in his very being. The Emperor had used this method with all his trained assassins, but it was due to the many times he had tried to force himself on Vader that he had learned the mechanics of how it worked. To a certain point, Vader had felt compelled to follow his orders more than was natural, but if he really set his mind on it, meaning if it concerned his children, he had been able to go against orders time and time again. Darth Maul, however, had no family, no real attachments, and thus, nothing to fight for. His will and connection to the Force was nowhere near Vader's level, and thus the Sith was confident in his work. If he could further strengthen his loyalty by actually making him trust him, it was all the better. "Everything went according to plan then?" Maul asked. "So far, yes. For Sidious and the whole rest of the world, you are now dead. However, the real work only begins. What do we do now? I will train you in the way of the Force. You may be a master of the lightsaber, but your control over the Force is that of a youngling. We will stay in the Outer Rim for now. Whenever you leave to go somewhere you could be seen, I want you to conceal your face with a hood or helmet. Before I begin your training, however, there is one last mission to complete. You may consider it your last test." Darth Maul merely nodded. He had expected something like this and wondered what his new master would ask of him. A massacre, perhaps? Would he have to kill innocents, women, and children to prove his determination? Was it a test of strength against a powerful opponent, a dark monster of some sort, or a Jedi Master? He knew better than to ask directly, but maybe he could get a hint out of the other Sith. "Where are we heading then?" Darth Vader's gaze was directed into the distance, a thin smile grazing his lips. "Kamino," he said at last. "We are heading for Kamino." 1 year later. Darth Vader sighed and turned off the holo receiver. Being a father could be a real pain in the butt. The Sith had decided to keep in contact with little Anakin. Kenobi was wholly unfit to teach the boy. He could remember millions of instances where his master had refused or simply been unable to provide the guidance he'd needed. Instead, he had turned to his friend Palpatine. Vader didn't want his son to be as dependent on the Sith Lord as he'd been, and as such, he had to offer an alternative. It was important the boy came to him when he had a problem. And he came frequently. He came when he got into problems with the other Padawans. He came when he was frustrated about Kenobi's way of teaching, or when he was confused about some detail of the new world he now lived in. At first, the boy had been hesitant to talk to him about his education. Apparently his master had strictly forbidden him from giving away Jedi secrets to any outsider, even his own father. Vader had quickly assured him that there was no need for him to tiptoe around any topics. He'd been a Jedi himself at some point and knew all those supposed secrets. He'd pretended to have never reached knighthood, as it would be hard to explain why the temple had no records of him, but he'd proved it by showing off his superior knowledge and explain many things only a Jedi would know. Still, it was exhausting at times. Vader didn't mind sharing his experiences, and he knew just how to explain things to his younger self so he would understand it, but at times he forgot just how young the boy was and how much he didn't know yet. Vader had already landed on the dry surface of Tatooine. He was now leaving his ship, ignoring the scum on the streets that shed away from him as usual, and made his way home. It was late in the evening, so his mother should be in the house. It had been 4 months since he'd last seen her, 2 since he'd contacted her via holo. There was nothing holding him on this planet anymore. Anakin was on his way to become a Jedi, and Vader had plans himself that he needed to address. But one thing he had always regretted was that he'd never contacted his mother, not once in 10 years, until he'd had the vision of her death. Part of that he could blame on the Jedi teaching, Kenobi had always discouraged any contact. Part of it, unfortunately, had been because he had been ashamed of his poor origins and his desire to become a great Jedi, to never be reminded of his life as a slave. Looking back, Vader had been as bad a son as he'd been a father. He was still selfish enough that he was coursing the galaxy, but at least now he had made sure there was no danger to his mother. She was free, she had a safe job, and there were no sand people around to bother her. He was still determined to drop by at least twice a year, and he had encouraged Anakin, who couldn't come himself no matter what, to at least send her a message occasionally. It was a long way from Coruscant to Tatooine. That's why Anakin usually recorded his messages and sent them to Vader when he happened to be circling the planet. He would in turn deliver the message to the Outer Rim and do the same for Shmi. There were long-range transmitters around that could go over the whole distance. Sidious used them frequently. But they were hard to get and could be tracked if you weren't careful. Today he had 3 messages with him that he would replay for Shmi. Darth Vader soon made his way to the house in Mos Espa. He hadn't announced his arrival. He never did these days. Such messages could be intercepted, and nothing was more deadly for a Sith Lord than becoming predictable. When he entered the home, however, he felt the Force hum around him, not in warning but more in anticipation for something. He quickly found out what that something was as he entered the dining room and found his mother sitting at the table together with a man that was utterly unfamiliar to Vader. They were clearly having dinner together and enjoying their time, but when Vader entered, the room grew quiet. "Anakin," Shmi finally called out, not with her usual joy but rather surprised, maybe even anxious, looking from the foreign man to him and back again. "It's, good to see you back." Vader raised an eyebrow, feeling her unease. He looked over at the other guy again, who was now fidgeting, his eyes wandering anywhere but to him. From the Force the Sith gathered that he was positively terrified. "Hello Shmi," he greeted his mother as she came over to him, giving her a short, one-armed hug as a greeting that allowed him to never leave the stranger out of his eyes. He had the feeling he'd seen him somewhere before. "Why don't you introduce our guest?" "Oh, she made, smiling sheepishly. "This is, Clive Lars. He's a good friend of mine." That was it. Clive Lars, he almost gagged at the thought, stepfather. By the Force, he had almost managed to forget about it. "Maybe, it is time for me to go," Lars muttered, getting up. "It was a lovely evening, Shmi." Vader was confused for a moment before he remembered their cover story. Of course the situation was awkward for Lars. The Sith felt a sick sort of amusement at that. "Now, you've only just arrived," he said with obviously fake friendliness. "I insist you stay a little while longer." He turned to his mother. "I have a couple of new messages from Anakin. Would you like to see them now or later?" He was glaring at her, making it quite obvious that he preferred now. Shmi agreed and they left the dining room, leaving behind a very scared moisture farmer. "So," he asked as soon as they couldn't be heard anymore, "what is the story behind this?" Well, I just met him one day on the marketplace," Shmi began hesitantly. "He is a very charming man, very down-to-earth, pragmatic." "Do you love him?" he interrupted her, his face an unemotional mask. She hung her head. "I don't know. I mean, we haven't known each other that long yet, but I do like him very much." Vader was silent at that. "Aani? Is everything all right?" "Of course," he replied curtly. He found it difficult to speak. "I want you to be happy. In the past, I only ever met Lars once, and even then not long enough to form a thorough opinion about him. If he makes you happy, I wish you all the luck in the world. If not, you only have to call once and you'll never have to see his face again." "That won't be necessary," she hurried to say. "You never know," he muttered. "Also, I want you to keep your job in the town. You're probably earning more money in a month than he could ever in a year." Let him handle the droid shop or something, but you are not going out in the desert. Oh okay, we aren't that far yet, though. Of course, it's just for future reference. They watched Anakin's messages together and after that finished a rather tense dinner, with Vader glaring laser beams at the poor farmer the entire time and Shmi failing to ease the pressure with small talk. In the end Vader insisted on walking Lars to the door while Shmi washed the dishes. He even slung an arm around Lars' shoulders, enjoying his terrified trembling. I heard you have a son yourself, he drawled in a pseudo-friendly manner, practically dragging him along. What's his name? It's Owen, came the whispered reply. Great, he returned absent-mindedly, that's great. Vader actually had a great dislike for Owen. The man had lied to his son Luke for years and filled him with hateful lies about the Empire and his person. Good riddance that he was toast. I suppose he will become a farmer like you. Yet. I hope you know that I do not have anything against Shmi finding a new love. We may have raised a child together but we are not a couple. That's, good to hear. Of course that doesn't mean that she isn't important to me. Quite the opposite actually. They reached the door and were finally out of earshot. If you dare to hurt Shmi, Vader said just as friendly as before, I will cut off all your limbs and feed you to the Sarlassi. Then I will go after your son and fry his brain with lighting until I can convince him that he's a protocol droid and sell him to the Jawas. Do you understand that? Lars' eyes widened in horror. All he could do was nod mutely. Good. Now run home quickly and remember, nobody messes with my family. Cliegg Lars practically fled the house after that. Vader was quite content with his work. If the fool came back after this warning, he truly must love his mother. That still didn't mean that he deserved her, but at least she would be happy and have someone to watch over her. It was actually good timing for him. Now Vader was free to finally go to war. XXX. 6 months later. Darth Vader stood on a high balcony, overseeing one of the main cities of the planet Skako. It was a cold season and he was glad for his flowing black cape. Originally it was meant to obscure his movements during combat, but it made for a nice winter cloak as well. This cape however was adorned with a black hood as well that he could pull deep into his face to hide from whatever prey he was currently after. Vader felt eerily at home in these traditional Sith clothes and couldn't help a small smile, his gaze still fixed on the horizon. Count Dooku, he said aloud in a brisk voice, without turning around. I have expected you. The Dark Jedi Vader wasn't entirely sure if he was a Sith apprentice yet stepped out of the shadows of the columns behind him. He gave up on suppressing his aura, not that it had done him any good. Vader had seen their encounter in a vision weeks ago, and even if he hadn't, the Sith Lord had spent years hunting down Jedi in hiding. On a planet as devoid of traces of the Force as Skako, the Count's presence stood out like a sore thumb. Lord Vader, I presume, Dooku greeted him, taking a place next to him. If he was surprised that Vader had noticed him, he didn't let it show. That would be me, he confirmed calmly. The Sith felt his hand twitching and barely restrained himself from drawing his lightsaber. It had been decades since he'd lost his hand to Dooku, but his dislike for the other man was deeply ingrained. He didn't hate him, but he didn't really respect him either. Dooku had been the leader of the Confederacy and yet he had never seen him fighting up front even once. He supposed he made a good job keeping all those cowards and weaklings that were leading the trading companies together, but while they respected him, they weren't terrified. For Vader there really wasn't a point in having cowardly generals if they didn't hold their breath and started trembling as soon as he got close. Dooku was a decent fighter himself, but nowhere near Vader. He had surpassed the Sith when he was 25. Now, with decades of experience and a body still young and strong, Dooku certainly wasn't a match anymore. The only thing Vader might respect Dooku for was that he wasn't blindly loyal towards Sidious. Before the Clone Wars started, he had even tried to warn the Jedi that there was a Sith in their Holy Senate. Predictably, the Jedi, more specifically, Kenobi, had ignored his warning. Of course nothing that came from an evil Sith could ever be anything but a lie. Dooku had never wanted an empire to take the Republic's place. He had wanted to clean it up, to get rid of the corruption. He had never wanted war. He had founded the Confederacy in order to put pressure on the Republic. He'd known what Sidious wanted to do, but at the very last moment, he had tried to prevent his plan from unfolding. Of course he had failed and thus got caught in the webs of the Sith, but Vader gave him credit for the attempt. It was the only reason he was considering letting him live. "You have made quite a name for yourself," Dooku said, lightly stroking his short beard. "First as a bounty hunter and now as an inventor and architect." "Thank you, Count. But I don't suppose you are here so that I can plan your summer house." "No, of course not. I wouldn't have gone through all the trouble of finding you for that." "All the trouble?" Vader almost snorted. He'd left a trail of breadcrumbs that was miles long. He had sent out his apprentice to spread rumors in taverns, had developed a pattern in which he delivered the bodies of his hunt, and had visited the trading companies in alphabetical order. It was really not that hard to find him. The only problem was to stay hidden from the Jedi at the same time. "The Techno Union is very interested in your droid designs," Dooku continued, "and those spaceship plans are nothing short of art. I was under the impression that they were too expensive for the Skakoan." Of course they were. The Imperial fleet had eaten up around 80% of the taxes of the entire galaxy. Vader hadn't actually invented all those different spaceships, but in some he'd had a hand in the planning, and he'd spent many sleepless nights familiarizing himself with the technology that he was able to draw the plans himself today. "Things have changed," the Count drawled. "The Senate has adopted a law that allows the Union to have an army on their own during to the many assassination attempts made on their leaders lately. They are especially interested in your plans for this new Superstar Destroyer." "Oh, of course they would be." Again Vader couldn't suppress a smile. If there was one thing he missed from the Empire, it was his beloved flagship, the Executor. "I do not remember having offered those plans to the Union," he stated coldly. He really hadn't. Then again, he'd left his datapad with the final drawings lying in his room unsupervised for any spy to find. They were nowhere near enough to actually build the ship, but that wasn't the point. Surely a businessman like you would know how to negotiate. For the first time, Vader turned and faced Dooku directly. "What makes you think I am a businessman?" For just a moment he let his control over the flow of the Force around him waver, resulting in a sudden spike of power that made the old Sith gasp and step away from him, clutching his heart. And oh, seeing the shock on his face, the sudden trembling of his hands, it was delicious. Vader put just a tiny bit of pressure on him, just enough to make breathing difficult, to make him feel 1,000 tiny hands latching onto him. Dooku fell to his knees, his composure lost completely. "Pathetic." "So it is true then," the apprentice gasped. "You really are. You are the Dark One." "The Dark One," he repeated, amused. "Is that what they call me? It should be impossible. A Sith." He bit his tongue, barely keeping himself from slipping. "Ah yes, the rule of two," Vader replied mockingly. "I have to say I always found it rather limiting." The Sith Lord called back his power, allowing Dooku to stand. "I have been consciously evading your efforts for the past years. There is no need for that anymore. I am willing to work with you, not under but with you, and I have conditions that are not negotiable." The Count had regained his composure and straightened his back. "What is it that you offer, and what do you want in return?" "I have not only the plans on how to improve common spacecraft and build new ones, I also have plenty of battle strategies, flight pattern, and maneuvers. I will hand over the architectural plans to the Union and its allied companies for a reasonable price. After the fleet is complete, I want it to be under my control. I will be the commander of the army, and I want a living crew for the Star Destroyers, enough people to fill the bridge at any time at the very least, and 5 squads of pilots for each ship, 10 for the flagship. I will personally train these crews, appoint the generals, and the Union will fill the spots of those that don't make it if necessary. Also the production of battle droids shall be reduced to 50%, droid echos are far more effective. When these conditions are met, I will use the fleet to protect the Union and its allies and crush their enemies. I will relay your proposition to the Union, Dooku answered, still somewhat breathlessly. However, I admit that I am curious about your person still. It is an honor to meet another Sith Lord, of course. But there are rumors. Vader was ready to play along for the moment. There had been two ways in which Dooku could have reacted to him revealing himself as a Sith, groveling or attack. That Dooku didn't make any attempt to fight him meant that either Sidious had suspected him to be a Sith for some time now and had given orders accordingly, or Dooku already had his doubts about his master and was considering joining him. Since his old master had sacrificed him without a second thought in the other timeline, Vader was nor surprised. What kind of rumors? The one about your son, Lord Vader. They say you have a son that is a Jedi. He nodded calmly. Denying it would do him no good. The Sith would not dare attack his son before the war began, and when it came to that, his younger self would be old and capable enough to defend himself. Anakin is a Padawan right now and has been so for a little over a year. I heard he's making great progress. I am sorry, it is merely unusual. I would not have expected someone like you to allow such a thing to happen. I am confident that he will come back to me in time. I am still in contact with him. The Jedi can't do anything against it. Anakin believes me to be redeemed. Dooku smiled at that in genuine amusement. You might have fooled your son, but the Jedi will see right through that. Of course they would. Nobody came back from the dark side. The idea of a redeemed Sith was indeed ridiculous. Vader was not a good person. He wasn't kind or merciful or compassionate. He was cold-hearted, arrogant, cruel, and sadistic, and very, very selfish. It just so happened that his first priority was not about him, and that unfortunately, in order to reach it, he had to make certain admissions. As long as I don't declare war on the Republic, they won't dare to forbid him speaking to me in fear to drive him further away. And what would happen, if you did? Dooku asked slyly. If I did declare war on the Republic, it would be the first time in years that I'd have a challenging opponent. I am actually looking forward to it. Vader knew that it wasn't a hypothetical question, the Count was testing his allegiances. It was important he didn't give away any weakness. Nobody must harm Anakin because he was his, but they mustn't think they could get to him through the boy either. Sith didn't love. The most they could do is obsess, and Vader was pretty good at obsessing over young Jedi. He'd once littered the entire galaxy with space probes just to find one after all. In that case, I look forward to working with you, Count Dooku concluded. As do I, Vader returned. 3 years later. Shmi Skywalker Lars was holding on her husband's arm tightly as they watched the shuttle descend. Are you all right? Clive asked, concerned. Yes, she replied shakily, I just don't like flying, that's all. Being in a spaceship always woke up memories from being ripped from her home world. It had been an awful long time since she had become a slave, and she had been freed since, but she was happy now on Tatooine and she didn't like the idea of leaving the planet. You don't have to do this, love. She laughed. It's been a whole year since I last saw my son. If I have to go up in space to meet him, I will do it. The farmer smiled lightly. You know, I'm really glad you told me about this whole time travel and that Vader is your son and not your lover. Otherwise I would be really jealous by now. She slapped his arm lightly. Not so loud. Nobody is supposed to know that. Her adult son didn't know that she'd told her husband his secret. She was pretty sure he wouldn't like it, but Clyde was right. It was unfair to him. Shmi didn't want to hide her love for her adult son, just as she didn't want to forget about her younger, and without knowing the background her feelings could easily be interpreted in the wrong way. Yesterday, the Lars had received a message that Anakin Vader was in the vicinity of Tatooine and that he wanted to meet her and needed her help with something. He would send a shuttle to pick her up, and so she should be at the hangar at 0900. Shmai couldn't possibly imagine what her son would need her help for, but she would do whatever was necessary. The shuttle, a grey piece of spacecraft that seemed to consist of nothing but engines, touched the ground in a ramp lowered to the ground. From the opening there emerged 4 dark grey, vaguely humanoid droids with rifles instead of arms and a bright red light where a head would connect. They marched forward, stopping on either side of the ramp. From their middle a 5th figure left the shuttle. It was a man clad in black clothes, grey armor protecting his chest and shoulders. His head was bare, showing off his yellow skin with black markings running over it and at least half a dozen small horns adorning his bald head. Shmai shuddered at his sight and subconsciously stepped back in Kleig's comforting embrace. "You don't have to," her husband repeated, but Shmai shook her head. It was 9 and there didn't appear to be any other shuttles. "Thank you, but I want to. I have to," she said and stepped forward. She was the only person on the entire hangar who didn't duck her head and pretend not to notice the imposing figure. The Dark Warrior centered his gaze on her. "Shmai Skywalker?" he asked in a raw voice. In a town full of bounty hunters, where the danger a person posed was measured by the rawness of their voices, this man would send most inhabitants running just by opening his mouth. But Shmai was not most inhabitants, and so she straightened her shoulders and gave a curt nod. "That would be me." To her great surprise and slight shock, the foreign man put a fist to his heart and bowed deeply to her. "It is an honor to meet you, ma'am. I am General Savage Opress. I have orders to accompany you to Lord Vader." Shmai let out a breath. This was it. She turned around to her husband one last time and gave him a light kiss. "Are you sure I shouldn't come with you?" "It's all right, I'll be back before you know it," she reassured him. Shmai walked towards General Opress and he led her into the shuttle. The droids followed them and he took his seat as the pilot after showing her where she could sit. Shmai was holding on her safety belt tightly during the start. She really didn't like flying. When she couldn't feel the movement of the shuttle as much anymore, she tried to ease her anxiety through small talk. "You, said you're a general, didn't you? Does that mean you work for the Republic?" Anakin had always been rather vague about what he did, supposedly for her own safety. According to him, he was now in the safety business, protecting several high-ranking people in trading companies. "No ma'am," the Opress answered neutrally. "I'm a general in a private army belonging to the Techno Union." "Oh. Then how do you know my son?" "He's the Supreme Commander, the entire Navy answers to him." Her son was commanding an army? Of course, Shmai remembered, Anakin had hinted that there was a war coming. She just hadn't thought it was so close. Little Ani was barely 14 years old. Just how young had Anakin been when he fought in that war? "Are we there yet?" Shmai asked timidly. "Almost," Opress replied. "The flagship is already in sight." Shmai leaned forward slightly and got a glimpse of a gigantic spaceship. It had to be miles long, a monstrosity made of durasteel, and yet its arrow-shaped tip was so slim it looked way more elegant than those Jedi cruisers. Anakin had brought some books about spacecraft for little Ani. As the mother of 2 genius pilots, it was impossible for Shmai to remain completely clueless about spaceships, but she had never seen something like that. The ship seemed to be only half complete, there were still huge parts missing. One smaller but similar build ship was already complete, flanking the big one together with another that seemed to be in the early stages of construction too. "That's not a flagship," she muttered, "that's a flying city." As they got closer, Shmai could recognize millions of cannons and turbolasers on the surface of the ship. Then suddenly a faint violet beam came from the ship's belly and caught their shuttle in its gravity, pulling it closer. Shmai had to sit down again as her stomach rebelled. She didn't move until she felt the shuttle touch solid ground again. "Ma'am," the tattooed man addressed her, "welcome to the SSD Executor." Shmai left the shuttle following General Opress and the droids through the giant ship, feeling more and more anxious with every step she took. Finally they reached the bridge, which was the first time she saw any other persons, as the majority of the crew seemed to consist of droids. When they entered, the people closest to the door saluted General Opress, but the rest was busy listening to a tall, black-clad figure in front of the main window who was analyzing the hollow image of some kind of reactor and giving out commands. "Anakin," Shmi called out of reflex. The tall man turned towards her and his serious expression melted into a softer look as he took in her form. "Shmi, it's good to see you again," he said and came over to her. "Commander," the general said with a respectful bow, "if you do not require my services any longer, I will join my brothers." "You may do that," Vader allowed. When Opress was gone, the Sith put a hand to Shmi's back and lead her from the bridge into what appeared to be a lounge. Only when they were alone did Vader hug her and greet her properly, a big grin spreading on his face. "Well," he asked, gesturing at their surroundings. "What do you say?" "I'm overwhelmed," Shmi admitted. "This ship is so big. How did you even get it?" "My current clients, the leaders of the Techno Union, are some rich idiots, but they're also cowards who are intimidated by some assassins that have targeted them in the past years. There are other trading companies like the Trade Federation or the Commerce Guild that have similar problems, and so they put their money together to create this joint fleet. The architectural plans came from me, and since I could convince them I know what I'm doing, they agreed to hand over command to me." Vader didn't even bother to suppress the pride in his voice. "That's great, but Anakin, what do you do with this fleet? It's a bit too big and inflexible to protect a few people, isn't it?" "I'm not just protecting these cowards," he explained. "I'm protecting the one thing that's more important to them than their life, their money. I fly around and get rid of pirates and other scum that threatens their business. Or I will do that as soon as the fleet is complete, which will still take some years. Right now we just patrol the outer rim and shoot at asteroids so the pilots can learn how to aim. But that won't stay like that forever," Shmi concluded sadly. "You said there is a war coming. You're preparing for it, aren't you?" The smile vanished from his face. "Yes, that's right. I can't tell you much about it yet, but I'm sure the war will come eventually. Can't you do something about it? Can't you prevent it from happening?" Vader sighed. "It's not that easy, Mother. The war has to happen. As terrible as it was, many good things came from it too. Especially for me, for my younger self. If the war doesn't take place, he might never find happiness." Shmi looked at him sadly. "Are you happy, Anakin?" Vader looked at her mutely for a couple of seconds. "I was," he finally replied. "There was a time when I was very happy. I built this army so that when the time comes and certain parties try to rip away the happiness of my younger self, I will be strong enough to repel them. But are you happy now?" This time, Vader couldn't answer her. When a minute had passed and he was still silent, Shmi moved forward and pulled him into a hug. "I'm glad you care so much about little Ani," she whispered, "but you're my son too and I want both of you to be happy." Vader still didn't move and Shmi had the sinking feeling that he didn't understand a word of what she was saying. Could it be that he had simply forgotten how to be happy? Had his life really been that terrible and war-torn that he had forgotten how to enjoy himself? Vader slowly freed himself from her embrace. His smile was forced. "I am fine, Mother. You don't have to worry about me." She didn't believe one word. "I know that you are very busy," she said, "and that I couldn't possibly hold you at home. But if I can't be there for you, at least you should surround you with friends." "I have friends." She gave him the look. "Well, I have allies, and students. Like the Zabrak brothers." "Who? You met one of them already. Savage Opress, Thiril and Darth Maul are generals in my army." "Tell me about them," Shmi offered curiously. "Well, Maul is my apprentice. I took him in shortly after my younger self left to become a Jedi. His brother Savage was a capable warrior in the other timeline, and so I offered Maul to take him in too. He was a Knight brother, part of a group that was practically slaves to a dark cult. He was very eager to leave them behind but wouldn't go without his brother Firil. So I took them both in, and now I'm teaching them how to lead an army and control a ship as big as a Star Destroyer. One of the main reasons this army failed in the other timeline was that whenever they did bother to put a living creature in charge, they were cowards. One of the main reasons I won so often was because I lead my troops up front. That's why I wanted capable people to be my generals. Maul quickly grew attached to his brothers. Firil and Savage aren't my apprentices strictly speaking, but I sometimes train all of them together. They're all quite stiff and quiet, but they're loyal and they are brave. I know that I can count on them. What he didn't tell Shmai was that the Zabrak brothers couldn't be called friends by a long shot, and that was because they were afraid of him. Vader had easily fallen back into his commander role and lead his ship with an iron hand. Yes, he always took care of his troops and lead them himself, but he also never accepted failure. In the Empire, everybody knew that if you got assigned to Vader's personal crew, you were more likely to be killed by Darth Vader than by any rebels. His men would never back down because they were afraid of Vader, but only of him. They knew he was more powerful than his enemies, and thus there was little danger to them. They didn't have to worry about their friends or families either. Vader had always made sure that they shall be cared for if you died in a battle. If you died because you did something stupid and Vader force choked you to death, of course, your family would end in poverty and disgrace. The Zabrak brothers knew as long as they served him, they wouldn't have to fear anything else. He would come to their help if they were in trouble. He knew that it was attachment that led to the dark side, so of course he would protect said attachments between them, as it was to his benefit. However, this also meant that if one brother ever dared to betray him, all three would pay for the crime. It was because of that that Vader had entrusted his own mother to one of them. He was not afraid to have them see her as his weakness, because their whole relationship revolved around protecting each other's loved ones. That invader messed with their minds until he was sure that neither brother was capable of betraying him, if they didn't happen to get captured by Sidious himself. Even if that did happen, it left him enough time to execute the other brothers and get Shmai to a safe place. "Is there anything I can do to help you, Anakin?" Shmai asked him softly. Vader focused at her again. "Actually, there is," he replied. "I always enjoy your company, of course, but the reason I brought you here is so that you may help me with a little project." Vader led her over to a control panel and told her to stand on something that appeared to be a hollow receiver. "Scan," he commanded, and immediately Shmai was surrounded by a shimmering red light. Vader then told her to extend her arms and turn on the spot. When she stepped from the platform, a red hollow image of herself stayed behind. However, as she watched, the image suddenly began to move on its own accord. The image turned around, walked on the spot for a couple of seconds and even gave a bow. "What is that?" Shmai asked in wonder. "That," Vader presented proudly, "is the Mother. She's an artificial intelligence, another project of mine. She's in control of the Executor, with emergency access to the other ships of the fleet. She controls everything, from the automatic doors over the security cameras and the artificial gravity to the energy of the hyperdrive, shield reactor, the tractor beam and turbolasers. She's the soul of the ship." Vader remembered fondly when he'd worked for the Empire, his flagship had had an AI as well. He'd called her the Angel, and even though he'd only had her a couple of months, she had developed a personality rivaling R2-D2 in its strength and complexity. His crew respected her almost as much as they had respected Vader himself. Of course, they would be stupid not to, as the Angel could cut off their oxygen just as easily as he could if they angered her. Now Vader had decided it really was no use to daydream about his Angel, not when she was very much alive and he had to keep away from her. That's why he had decided to create the new AI after the second most important woman in his life. The Mother is already fully functional. She just needs a voice. I want to make her as human-like as possible. It will bind the crew to the ship stronger, and it can be used to confuse enemies who might want to enter. She can appear in this form in every room of the ship. "You want to give her my face?" Shmai asked in shock. Vader smiled at her. It would be an honor. Oh, she made. Oh. I don't know what to say. He shrugged. Say yes. You've been such a great mother to me. You have always protected me and taken care of me. I want this ship to do the same for my crew. I want to always have you around me. There were tears in Shma's eyes as she said, "What do I have to do?" Vader grinned again. He then began to explain to her. First, you will have to do a number of movements with certain sensors attached to your skin. You know, walking around, making gestures and such. Then there are a number of facial expressions we'll record, and then you have to read a couple of texts I've prepared. It's important that you take care to express the emotions as well, so the mother will be able to copy you. That will take some time. I will be there with you for every step. It will be great fun. Shmai smiled up at him. Indeed, she was glad she would be able to spend a few days with her grown-up son. It was easing the pain of not being able to see her youngest in person, if only somewhat. I will help you as best as I can, she promised. From out of nowhere, a disembodied voice that sounded suspiciously like her own called out, "I am looking forward to working with you, sister." XXX. 1 year later. Vader watched with no small amount of satisfaction as the Malevolence and the Devastator got into position, flanking the Executor. His fleet was coming along beautifully. Another 2 Star Destroyers would soon be finished. Together, they would form the core of Vader's personal army, with the rest of the ships sent by the companies mostly filled with droids. His crew was already a pretty good team. Vader hadn't choked an officer in almost 3 months, which was a record even compared to Empire times. Vader's army didn't have much to do yet, but today they would have their first joint weapon test, and he was really looking forward to it. Like, really. A flicker to his right drew Vader's attention to the transparent red image of the mother. "The ships are ready," she declared, a smug little smile grazing her lips. "We can start whenever you'd like." "Excellent," he replied, his gaze fixed on the colorful gas giant and the small moon orbiting it that could be seen from the bridge. "The Devastator has sent a reconnaissance drone to the moon to check for intelligent life forms," she continued. "What? Who authorized that?" "General Feral did. The moon is not listed as being inhabited, but he thought since we are blasting it into 100 pieces, it would be prudent to check twice." "I see." Silence. Vader glanced over at the mother, who was merrily bouncing on her heels, grinning. "Well? Are you going to tell me whenever there are life forms on it or not? I had the impression you wouldn't care either way, sir." Darth Vader suppressed a snort. He really had excelled all expectations when programming the mother. She was like an evil version of Shmai, always caring, downright paranoid when it came to her crew or machinery, but at the same time she could be downright creepy when she cheered Vader on in his attempt to spread chaos and destroy life. "Right. Captain, fire at will." "Roger, sir." The bridge came to life as the crew made their preparations. Thousands of turbolasers and ion cannons were aiming at the small moon. "Ta-dat," the mother sang, and a storm of red laser fire rained down on the moon. Shortly after that, the 2 Star Destroyers followed suit. Several squads of TIE fighters swarmed out to drop bombs. Vader watched with glee as one explosion after the other danced over the surface of the moon and fire was spreading. He remained standing at the same spot for 30 minutes while his fleet exhausted its weapons, turning the rich vegetation of the moon into a devastated wasteland. Explosives, poison gas, seismic charges, he let everything they got be thrown at the worthless piece of dirt. Only when the mother confirmed that nothing could possibly hope to survive down there without heavy protection armor and a breathing mask for the next 100 years or so did he order his fleet to stop. It was a wonderful day. After the show was over, Darth Vader happily returned to his chambers, humming the Imperial March to himself. He still felt the tremor in the Force at hundreds of lives being wiped out. His only regret was that he hadn't been able to hear the dying screams of those disgusting man-eating teddy bears. It didn't matter much though. The main thing was that the forest moon of Endor was no more. 2 years later, Count Dooku got to his knees and bowed his head in front of the blue image of his master, Darth Sidious. "Why have you called me, my apprentice?" the raw voice of the old man asked. "Master, I am concerned about the Dark One. He is getting too powerful. He's the commander of an army. Those are replaceable." "My lord, I disagree. Explain yourself." Dooku took a deep breath. Anakin Vader has grown increasingly uncontrollable over the last years. He still works for the Techno Union officially, but they lose control over their droids as soon as they come close to one of his ships, and so they get no reports other than the ones he decides to give them. He hasn't appeared to an escort mission in years, even though the protection of the leaders of the trading companies is supposed to be his main task. Instead, he sends one of his generals or an officer. He has 4 generals in his personal fleet, and as far as I was able to gather, all of them are force sensitive, and he teaches them about the dark side. Their identities could not be confirmed as they only appear in the protocols as numbers and wear full body armor at all times. I have reason to suspect he hides them deliberately. Vader has done little more than hunting pirates and bandits and pressuring the companies into giving him more and more ships. His people are loyal only to him. They won't even report to Vader's superiors without his orders. The Union has sent small fleets to engage him in combat, supposedly to test him, but it was clear they wanted to threaten, if not get rid of him. Not only did all those attempts fail, a large part of these ships simply joined Vader's fleet. He has to have a means to instantly turn the loyalty even of commander droids over long distances. Yesterday, Vader approached me and declared that his fleet now had a sufficient size and that he would send them to a field test. His master perked up at that. Who does he plan to go against? He plans to take out the Hutt regime, Dooku replied with a hint of derision. His home planet Tatooine is still officially under their rule, but he lands there often enough to remind them that he could take them down any moment. He wants to challenge the rest of the family, and if they do not agree to heed to the same rules as Ramba, then he will invade their planet. This would go directly against the Republic's line of politics. Those planets are located in the Outer Rim, they're worthless for the trading companies. That's right, and the Union has forbidden him from following through with it. The money he could make by defeating this underground empire could cover the cost of damage to the fleet and fuel, but there's little profit in it. I believe he's going to do it anyway. Something personal then, Sidious mused. If he does succeed, the Union will either have to cut all ties with him or send their droid armies to occupy the conquered systems. If they cut him off, Dooku continued the line of thought, there's nothing keeping them from setting a huge bounty on his head and sending assassination droids to him on a weekly basis. They are already angry at him for evading their orders so often, and they would have to show he's not one of them so the Republic won't hold them accountable for his crimes. If they do help to invade the Outer Rim, it would essentially be a declaration of war. The Federation is not strong enough yet to take on the Republic. It all depends whenever or not the risks of keeping this uncontrollable commander outbalance the benefit his fleet could bring us in the upcoming war. Tell me, has he ever given you any inclination that he knows you're a Sith apprentice, not a master? No, master. My deception of taking on Ventress as a dark acolyte seemed to have worked. He believes himself to be a Sith Lord and that he is on equal footing with me. He does, however, not believe in the rule of 2 and has not threatened me for my position. It is a shame that nobody capable ever survives to ascertain the true extent of his abilities. Ventress sparred with him once and he played with her like a cat would with a mouse, Dooku reminded him grimly. Your student is still young, she has much to learn. It doesn't mean anything. Vader must not become a threat to us, but he is too good a chess piece to give up now. He does follow our lead, but he is like a bloodhound, thirsting for war and carnage, uncaring whose flesh he sinks his teeth in. I need you to continue to observe him and get more information. I need a means to control him. What about his family? He does have a wife and son. Yes, that had awoken quite a few questions. Sidious had thought Vader was quite a powerful Sith. It wouldn't make sense for him to keep such an obvious weakness. No, Vader isn't a savior. He's an avenger. He stops by his little dust ball just often enough not to ensure his wife's safety but to remind everyone what they will face if something happens to her. It's the same with young Anakin. They may still hold contact but he hasn't actually met the boy in years. He is a true Sith in this regard. He doesn't love his family, he sees them as his possession. Taking them away from him would only anger him and make him even more unpredictable. Normally Sidious was fine with angering people. In fact, it was his favorite tool to get people to join the dark side. The problem was that this man was already dark and still didn't have any inclination to follow him. Sidious would have happily sent Dooku against the Dark One, but he already suspected that the Count would be inferior to him and there was no way of knowing how to get Vader to replace him if he didn't know what had driven him to the dark side in the first place. That was the key to everything, but even though the Sith Lord had spent a vast amount of resources on finding out the man's past, all his spies had returned empty-handed. They had absolutely nothing of him from the time before he came to Tatooine. His only hint so far was his rather personal hatred for the Tusken and the Hutts. He really wanted to have Vader, though. He was a genius when it came to mechanics, a prodigy when it came to the Force, and a formidable foe when it came to battle. Unlike Dooku, though, he didn't seem to like to plan very thoroughly and instead improvised a lot. Sidious knew that because if he'd had a definite plan, he was sure he would have gotten some kind of vision about it by now. If Sidious could get him to bow to him, he wouldn't have the ambition to one day take his place like Dooku did. If he did, he'd have stayed on Tatooine and sent his droids and henchmen to conquer the rest of the Outer Rim instead of running around himself and letting criminals do the ruling. His mind would be easy enough to control if he could just find out his weak spot. Darth Sidious didn't mind that Vader had his own army. It didn't matter who he would declare war on, as war of any kind would give Sidious more power in the Senate and so get him closer to his goal in time. It would be preferable if he stayed with the Union, though. The Republic had to see him as an actual political threat in order to declare a state of war, and for that this bloodhound needed official backup of some kind. If he became a third party in this war, though, that would be fine with him too. If he was right that Vader was an Avenger, then he might be able to control him by setting up his family to be murdered by Sidious enemies and then offering his help on his crusade. The problem with that was that Vader already had a large fleet and already knew about the dark side. Sidious needed him to believe that he was more powerful than him, and thus he still had a lot to learn. Now if Vader defeated Dooku, he would get the impression that Sidious wasn't such a great Sith when his apprentice was that weak. His blatant disrespect against the leaders of the trading companies meant that it probably wouldn't impress him much to find out that Sidious was really the Chancellor of the Republic. When the Dark One had taken control of Tatooine, he hadn't even looted the Hutt's treasury, so money didn't interest him either. Not military power and not political or financial power, then what could Sidious offer to him? There was still personal power to be considered, and that was precisely why he had to evaluate his combat abilities. His aura was impressive, but how good was his grip over the Force? Sidious had never seen any recordings of him fighting with a lightsaber against any foe stronger than an average bounty hunter. He'd never seen him using Force lighting either, but that didn't necessarily mean he couldn't use it. If his personal power matched his other abilities, there was little Sidious could offer him. If he didn't have anything Vader would want, there was no reason for him to fear him, and Sidious had no use for an apprentice who didn't fear him. It didn't mean that he would be useless. Sidious would still very much like to use him in the war. It wasn't as if he was any danger to him when the man didn't even know he existed. Also, if he couldn't have Vader, he might consider taking his son instead. The young Anakin Skywalker seemed to have inherited a lot of Vader's talents. He could be a sufficient replacement. Unlike with his father, Sidious was in the perfect position to control his fall to the dark side. The boy was so emotional, it was really entertaining. The Sith Lord was confident that he could use the death of a loved one to pull him to his side. His mother, his father, his Jedi Master, he had free choice. His mother would be problematic insofar that Vader had equal reason to go after her killer, and so the two of them would probably band together. Sidious was already working on harboring a resentment for his master Obi-Wan Kenobi in Anakin, so that if he did die, the boy wouldn't have any restraints betraying the Jedi Order to avenge him. His order wouldn't want for him to revenge one of them, thus he couldn't expect their help. It was a fine balance between love and hate, enough to be devastated at his master's loss but not enough to put his ideals over his own. However, if Kenobi was killed, Vader might agree to help Anakin avenge him even though he didn't like the Jedi. He wouldn't help to save Kenobi, but then again, the other Jedi would. There was no guarantee that Anakin would turn for help to Sidious. It would be different if he could get Vader to kill Kenobi, but if the Sith had held back in that regard for this long, he wouldn't harm the Jedi in anything but the most extreme cases. The most promising scenario would therefore be if Vader was threatened by the hands of a Jedi or the Republic. Sidious could then offer his help in saving him, though he would take care that attempt failed. He didn't actually want to let Vader live if he couldn't make him join his side, and as long as he made sure Anakin made an enemy out of the Jedi or Republic in the process, the boy wouldn't have anywhere to return to. This meant that Vader had to be set up against a Jedi, both to test his personal power and to potentially get young Anakin on his side. However, that could not happen until the young Padawan was actually old enough to be of any use and have proven his worth. That is why Sidious decided to do nothing for now, to continue to use Vader to the best of his abilities and wait for the right moment to dispose of him. "I need you to speed up negotiations with the trading companies," Darth Sidious commanded his apprentice. "If you can get them to support Vader with his invasion, we will simply have to start the war sooner rather than later. They may not yet be as strong as I would have liked, but the clone army isn't that developed yet either. If they decide to abandon him, make sure that they declare their decision loudly and officially, but keep in contact with him in secret. Let him have his useless poor planets, let him rule over a wasteland. By the time we are ready for the war, he will be bored of it and join the Federation willingly. He doesn't have any other choice. The Jedi would not stand for negotiations with him, knowing what he is." It was still possible, if unlikely, that the Jedi would help the Hutts in their fight against the Dark One. Sidious would have to make sure to forbid it, for it could lead to Anakin leaving the Order to help his father ahead of time. If Vader declared himself enemy of the Republic by joining the Federation, it would be much less likely they'd work together. Just like with Kenobi, the key was to keep the relationship between the two of them good enough so Anakin would break at his death, but bad enough so that he wouldn't join him. It was like walking on a thin rail. On one foot, while balancing a bucket full of dynamite on his head. Yes, Darth Sidious thought with a smile, the Dark One certainly proved to be a challenge. He really did look forward to this war. XXX. Same day, on DAC. Vader sat on one of the few shores to be found on the aquatic planet DAC and turned on his portable holo receiver. It was the 3rd of the new month, and as usual this was the day he would call his younger self. In the beginning he'd called on a weekly basis, but Anakin grew more independent, the Jedi teachings started to influence him, and now it had been 6 months already since he'd last heard of him. "Hey Anakin," he said, smiling weakly as his son's blue image appeared on his palm. "Father," the boy a teenager, he was now said, and returned the smile, slightly uncomfortable but happy still. "You didn't answer when I called to your birthday," Vader said, trying his best not to sound accusing. "Yeah, I'm sorry about that. Master Kenobi and I went to help with the negotiations between two rivaling races on a planet in the Middle Rim." He made noncommittally, noticing the lack of detail. "Did you at least get my present? Yes, you do realize though that I can build my own lightsabers now, do you?" "Sure. I also remember that you lose them frequently," he returned. Anakin grinned. Master Kenobi nearly got a heart attack when he saw it. He said if I ever run around swinging a red lightsaber he'd cut off my Padawan braid and declare me a youngling again. Vader swallowed a comment about how that was better than cutting off his limbs. "Consider it payback for not calling for so long. I know that you're fine, but your mother worries every time I return to her without news from you. Besides, all you have to do is replace the crystal." "Actually, I already had to do that," Anakin replied somewhat sheepishly. "How did you lose the last one?" "I didn't. I killed a Marengoth with it, you know, those huge beasts with fangs half as long as me." I kinda stuck it in too deeply. Turns out the acid in its stomach was strong enough to burn through the outer mantle, so the handle couldn't be used anymore. Vader smiled nostalgically. He actually remembered fighting that Marengoth. That had been a tough little freak. Do you want to know what I've been up to? Anakin looked away. Of course, but... You don't have to tell me if you don't want to. Vader narrowed his eyes immediately. They asked you to spy on me, didn't they? They always say all kinds of bad stuff about you, but now the Chancellor thinks you are building some kind of underground kingdom in the Outer Rim and that you plan to infiltrate the Republic. The Jedi think you may declare war on us. I mean, that's not actually true, is it? I'm trying to get rid of the underground kingdom that the Hutts and other criminal bosses have established hundreds of years ago, Vader replied with a scowl. I know one cannot expect to wipe out criminality itself, but you can force them to play to humanitarian rules. Vader very carefully didn't mention whenever or not he wanted to declare war on the Republic. The Outer Rim planets are mostly inhabited by criminals, the Sith explained. The few exceptions are slaves or poor people who work on farms or mines to get some basic products. There aren't enough of them to turn the rule of the planet over to. The Republic doesn't have the resources to populate these planets either. I try to disestablish slavery. That way everyone who wants to get off that planet can pay a random smuggler and start a life elsewhere. The main threat are now the attacks these people plan on other ships or planets. Again, I can't make them stop it completely, but I can force them to adhere to a codex so they won't attack people who have little to begin with. It's not very hard, one just has to get rid of the cowards that prefer to go against helpless people. There are still many more organized attacks on peaceful planets than before, Anakin returned. Tell me, my son, what is better, that a village of peaceful, defenseless tiny Felutioner that cultivate expensive healing plants is being raided to the ground so its population has to starve for weeks, or that a populated planet like Alderaan is losing a few charges of equally expensive wine so a family or two go bankrupt? Of course both are bad, but this is a matter of finding the way with the least amount of victims. You live in the middle of the world now, you can't possibly understand what I'm doing for the galaxy. News from the Outer Rim don't reach that far, especially if the rich and powerful cry so loudly about their lost jewels. I guess that makes sense, Anakin allowed reluctantly. But father, you have to be really careful. That kind of power can become dangerous really fast. I told you not to worry about me. I don't worry about you. I worry about the rest of the galaxy, Anakin joked. A feral grin spread on Vader's face. You will learn, son, that there are things more important than the galaxy. Not for a Jedi, there isn't. Then it's good that I'm no Jedi, Vader returned. Anakin sighed. Just try not to rip the world apart, will you? The Sith Lord smiled. All right. I promise I won't fight a war against the Republic. Thank you. As long as the Jedi don't start it. Father. What? You're supposed to be peacekeepers, right? It shouldn't be too hard to accomplish. Father, you're terrible, Anakin said tonelessly. Well, thank you, I am a Sith Lord. Now he just had to lie low until the Jedi attacked Geonosis. XXX. 2.5 years later. Darth Vader was leaning against a column in the palace on Skako, his hood pulled deeply into his face. For all the world he seemed to be enjoying the view of the elaborately carved mantelpiece of the main hall. That is, if someone bothered to look that far into the shadows to notice him. In reality, Vader was listening to the conversation going on in the meeting room next door over a COMM link in his ear that was connected to a tiny spy droid on the other side of the wall. In the meeting room, a good part of the future leader of the Separatists were discussing what to do about Vader. There was Newt Gunray from the Trade Federation, Tix from the Quard Isolation League, Poggle the Lesser of Genosian Industries, and Chu Mai of the Commerce Guild. The meeting was being held with Wat Tambora of the Techno Union as a host. Vader noticed that there were still a lot of people absent. He remembered the banking clan and the corporate alliance being among the leading companies as well as several rulers over actual planets and systems. While they weren't ready to form the Confederacy yet, this was the biggest meeting these people had held in the last decade. Vader felt kind of flattered that a good part of that was because of him. Over the last years, Darth Vader had frequently attacked seemingly random planets in the Outer Rim and forced their leaders to submit to him or be relieved of their internal organs. The Republic and the Jedi couldn't do anything about it because 1. They had little no influence in the Outer Rim to begin with, and 2. The systems he attacked were ruled by criminals and pirates who couldn't ask for help even if they wanted to. Maybe Sidious could have gotten the Republic to do something about it, but for whatever reason, he didn't. Vader had no doubt that the Jedi were watching him closely, but the new rules he established on the planets were often more humanitarian than anything the Hutts ever came up with. He was basically cleaning up the mess the Republic had always ignored. He was a criminal stealing from thieves but who carefully stayed off their radar. The future separatists were ticked off at him for other reasons. Namely that the fleet he waged his little personal war against the intergalactic underworld with had basically been stolen from them. They had built the ships for their own protection and even paid Vader for taking charge of it, but by now he wasn't even pretending to do any protecting anymore. Any attempts to take away his fleet by sending droid armies after him had been countered by that amazing little virus he had created with the Mother's help. Vader had secretly worked on it during the years he had trained Anakin. It instantly deleted any orders given to the droids, shutting them off, and during the charge, it overwrote their systems so they'd answer to Vader instead. The range wasn't long enough yet to infect other spacecraft, but everything that came close enough to hit him with a blaster was fair game. Vader had trained his people to efficiently enter an enemy ship and spread the virus manually if necessary too. That was why all of their attempts to get him to return the fleet to them had failed. By now Darth Vader had a huge bounty on his head, but all the organized criminals worked for him and all the freelancer bounty hunters either respected him on a personal level from the time when he'd been one of them, were too afraid of his power, or simply died by his hands. The companies still had their droid armies, but in terms of spacecraft they were ridiculously undermanned. They had had huge losses during to him, and the Republic passed more and more bills that limited their ability to make money. Right now they were discussing what the bigger priority should be, getting back the money Vader owed them or concentrating on protesting against the Republic. It was in that moment that the last guest arrived in the palace. Count Dooku, the main diplomat who was in charge of mediating between all those greedy idiots, walked down the hall as if he owned the place. To his credit, he might as well have. Darth Vader stepped out of the shadow of the column just as the Sith apprentice was about to pass. "Count Dooku," he greeted, "you are late. Do you think you can afford to be a little later?" "Vader," the Count returned with a tone as if he had tasted something vile. "You have to have a lot of courage that you dare to show your face here." Vader didn't think it was courage when he had an entire fleet ready to jump out of hyperspace and take aim at Skako at his command, but anyway. "I believe since I seem to be the main subject of today's discussion, it is my right to be here," he said scathingly. "What do you want?" The Sith Lord smirked. "I know what you are planning." "Do you?" Dooku repeated neutrally. "I do. Every child can see it, really. You want to break loose the biggest war the galaxy has seen in the last 1,000 years. I want to take part in it as well." The Count straightened his back and regarded Vader carefully. "Your participation would have been assured had you not taken the fleet given to you and taken off with it. What can I say, I get bored quite fast." Vader shrugged. "I suppose I could talk to some people. Once you have paid back the money you owe them, they might consider making a new contract." Darth Vader scowled and dropped all friendly pretenses. "You misunderstand me, Count. I am the totalitarian ruler of over 1,500 systems. I will return neither money nor spacecraft. I will join your confederacy as a leading member of the Council. I will remain Supreme Commander. You will be the one to convince the rest of them of this. I really don't think. If you don't," Vader continued without pause, "I will tell these gentlemen all about your master, Darth Sidious." What would they think if they knew the one who's taken such care to gather all of them and encourage them to protest against the Republic is taking orders from the Chancellor Palpatine, the one man responsible for their loss of profit? You had to give it to him. Dooku didn't even blink. I wonder how you came to have such a pretentious idea. I intercepted a hollow message and made a voice alignment. Vader cut him off shortly. Once I had the right direction, gathering other proof wasn't too hard. That means you believe the most powerful man of the galaxy is both a Sith Lord and the man behind this new political group, and you are still out for us. I am in possession of information that could rid him of most of his political power, while I myself never made a secret out of my affiliations. Still, you know next to nothing about me. I am a Sith myself, and I don't think an old man who never really leaves his town anyway is going to be a threat to me. He would make an exception for you, I'm sure, Dooku sneered. Vader tilted his head and asked in mock confusion, "What I don't understand though, is why you work for him. You have to know what he's planning. It won't really get rid of the corruption when he establishes himself as the sole ruler over an intergalactic empire, it will merely point it in another direction. The inner worlds will suffer and the outer worlds will be left alone in their misery just as they are now. Nothing will really change for the better. I know that you were a Jedi once, Dooku, I know you once had your own ideals. Is the power he offered you really worth this much? More importantly, do you really think he will keep you as his apprentice? Don't you think he plans to replace you with someone younger, someone more capable of helping him to make the transition, someone like me?" That at last got an reaction from the old man. Dooku stepped back and drew his lightsaber, the red blade glowing threateningly. "That thought did cross my mind," he admitted, never taking his eyes off his opponent. "I wonder what can be done about it." Vader didn't make any movement to take his own weapon. "I have no intention to ever join Sidious. In fact, I have a small personal vendetta against him. I don't care whenever there's a republic or an empire, but I wonder, Count Dooku, if you do. How do you even want to know that that's what he's doing?" the old man countered. "The Force tells me many things," the Sith Lord replied mysteriously. "You may be able to use the dark side to disguise your plans from the Jedi, but not from me. What are you planning then? My master will not allow you to roam free if you reject him. Unfortunately, my hands are bound as of now, but it won't stay that way for much longer. When I do break free, you will have to make a decision. You will never be powerful enough to be a threat to me, but you may still be able to get into a position of power. It is no secret that I prefer leading over ruling." Dooku still regarded him closely, but he deactivated his lightsaber and straightened his back. "I see," he said at last. "I will consider your offer, Lord Vader." Dooku certainly wasn't stupid. He didn't intend to die at all and would rather keep all his options open. Vader didn't doubt that he would stab him in the back if it served his goals, but he already suspected there'd come a time when he had to stand up to Sidious. When that happened, he'd need an ally like Vader. "Then you will relay my offer to the alliance forged in this hall," the Sith continued. "Your army is strong," Dooku admitted, "but it will be difficult to convince them that they need it. They believe the Republic is practically defenseless. They will eventually take action to build their own army. Even if they didn't, you can't hope to win a war with nothing but freighters. All the droids in the world are worthless if they blow up before ever reaching the ground." He didn't want to reveal that he knew about the clone army yet, not if the Count made no attempt to mention them. "I will do what I can," Dooku said diplomatically. "However, I do plan to become the foreman of this organization. If you join it, I expect you to follow my orders. As long as they make sense," Vader allowed. "You give me a target but you don't tell me how I do my job. That would be agreeable." The two Sith reluctantly shook hands. Vader could practically see the thoughts racing in his head. With him on his side, the Count might be able to make the Separatists into an actual threat to the Republic. They could make an honest effort to win the war, to force Sidious into open battle. Even if they didn't manage to kill him, at the very least they could force him to reveal his true face to the rest of the world. If they could do that, even more systems would join their cause, the Jedi would be out for him. He would have the whole world against him. That had to be enough to kill even a powerful Sith Lord like him. 6 months later, Count Dooku closed his eyes and concentrated fully on the force that surrounded him. He was standing on a moon in a system between Middle and Outer Rim, one of the few that wasn't under Lord Vader's rule yet. It was neutral ground. Dooku had proposed it as a meeting place, and now he was waiting for the other Sith, well aware that he could be walking right into a trap. Over the last few months, the old man had thought long and hard about Vader's offer. It was tempting. Dooku was convinced that he had learned everything he could from Sidious. He would still not challenge him to a duel. He knew that his master was stronger in the Force than him, and it had been years since he met him face to face anyway. It wasn't like he could just march into the Senate and murder him. But he had, on more than one occasion, thought about using the Separatists' rebellion to overthrow the Republic in earnest and take it over himself. The problem was that he knew Sidious knew about this plan. He knew it, and he still kept up the charade. The droid army was inferior to the clones that still remained hidden, and so Dooku had to keep on his mask as well, had to play along because Sidious would deliberately hinder the Republic's efforts to win the war quickly to get more power of himself. But if Dooku allied himself with Vader, he would have a chance. That great fleet was better than anything the Republic had to offer, and Vader didn't seem to have any problems hunting down the Jedi, despite his son being one. Together they could indeed conquer the Republic and defeat Sidious. Then Dooku wouldn't have to fear being replaced as an apprentice, wouldn't have to witness how the Republic crumbled under Sidious' greedy hands. Instead, he would have to worry about controlling Vader. That could actually be the bigger problem, which was why Dooku had hesitated so long. At least with his master, he knew he was only after power. He didn't know what Vader's motives were. He wanted to fight in the war, but he didn't care for the Separatists' politics. He wanted to go against the Jedi but allowed his own son to be part of them. He didn't believe in the rule of two but wanted to kill Sidious. Vader was temperamental, emotional, impulsive. It was entirely possible that his actions were all founded on something personal, but that was just the thing. Dooku didn't know anything about his person. Why did he hate the Hutt's rule so much? Why did he care to disestablish slavery, which had always been a favorite tool of the Sith? Why did he send his son to the Jedi? Why did he still watch out for the boy's mother, even though the woman had even married again and they had absolutely nothing in common? How did he know so much about spacecraft? Who had trained him in the ways of the Force? At first, Dooku had thought Vader was a former apprentice of his master. It would explain why he wanted to get rid of him now. But then Vader had suggested Sidious might think about replacing Dooku with him, and he'd never do that if Vader had already betrayed him once. Dooku had no reason to trust Vader, but he didn't see much of a choice anymore. If it was true that Vader was content being a military commander and would leave the ruling to him, they could actually get along quite well, but that was only if that hadn't been a lie to make him feel safe. From the sky a small shuttle entered the atmosphere, waking Dooku from his thoughts. As the shuttle landed, he concentrated harder. It was still possible that Vader and Sidious were secretly allies and that they had prepared a trap for him. There was, however, only one Force presence, dimmed and hidden in that shuttle. However, it didn't belong to Vader. It didn't belong to Sidious either. For a moment Dooku fought his anger. Vader wouldn't dare to merely send one of his generals to negotiate with him, would he? He certainly wouldn't follow this person onto Vader's ship either. But there was something strange about that Force presence. It was familiar. He hadn't felt this presence in years, decades even. It was not possible. This presence belonged to a dead man. From the ship emerged a man in standard armor, a lightsaber visibly strapped to his hip. He had his helmet under his right arm, and so Dooku could clearly make out his face. Qui-Gon Jinn was a good 10 years younger than Dooku, but his hair was already grey, turning white, and he looked tired beyond his years. Dooku couldn't believe it. Qui-Gon was supposed to be dead. The news of his defeat had reached Dooku not too long after he himself had begun to actively search for the Sith. At that time he had been worried about the course the Republic had been taking. He'd foreseen the return of the darkness and tried to find a way to stop it. The Force had told him that if he followed the Jedi, if everything was done according to protocol, the world would end in war and darkness. He'd been ready and willing to sacrifice himself, to immerse himself in the very thing he wanted to destroy if it meant saving the world. Qui-Gon hadn't been his only student, not even his only Padawan, but his death had shaken him greatly. Qui-Gon had left the Jedi Order for reasons unknown to him, and that was why he had faced the Sith apprentice alone, that was why he had died. Dooku couldn't help but feel responsible. He knew he hadn't always set the best example for his Padawan and that he had influenced the fatal decision even though he didn't have a part in it. Then he had found out about Sidious and his first thought was to kill him. He could prevent the future from happening. He could avenge his student. But Sidious had defeated him with ease. He'd never seen anyone this powerful, except maybe Master Yoda. Then came the offer. To join the dark side, to help Sidious raise the biggest army the galaxy had ever seen and to break loose a war that would shake its very foundations. It had been then that Dooku had realized that Sidious was already the ruler of the world. He already had the majority of the senators on his side, bribed, intimidated or persuaded. Still, that wasn't enough for him, still he wanted more power. It wasn't enough to just prevent him from completing his future plans. It wasn't even enough to kill him. The whole Senate had to be replaced, and with Dooku recently elected as the Chancellor, that was nigh impossible. Even if he told the Jedi and even if they did believe him, it was not sure if they would be able to do anything. After all, using the dark side of the Force wasn't illegal. As respected as the Jedi were, they were still considered a religion by most, and they couldn't just interfere with the government over an ideology dispute. Dooku did have money and connections. He could try to outmaneuver Sidious on his own field, but chances were the Chancellor would simply have him killed or thrown in prison if he tried. The only other way was to remove the Senate by force, and if he joined Sidious, if he played by his rules, then he would soon have an army capable of doing just that. If he agreed to become his apprentice, he would gain further strength, eventually enough to defeat him in a duel. Or so he had thought. Qui-Gon Jinn, Dooku said, carefully neutral. I'll admit, you are one of the last persons I expected to come here. Dooku, Qui-Gon replied, nodding at him respectfully. It has been a long time. A long time, indeed. Are you working for Lord Vader now? He asked stiffly. It seems so. I've been working with him in secret for over 8 years now. Rumors told that you were dead. Obviously, those rumors are false. There was a silence until Qui-Gon sighed. Vader told me that you're Darth Sidious' apprentice but have shown doubt whenever it is best to continue to follow this course. He wants me to ascertain the validity of this and to offer you our help in ridding yourself of this man. I wish I could assure him that you will do the smart thing. But I haven't met you in decades, and that you are in this position in the first place proves I never knew you as well as I believed. I have experienced firsthand how convincing the dark side can be, so I have to ask you, what do you really expect from this meeting? Dooku relaxed just a bit. I plan to betray Sidious. I plan to form an army and to use it to attack the Republic, remove the Senate, kill the Sith and establish a new democratic government that is less vulnerable to corruption. Qui-Gon smiled. I'm glad to hear it. Lord Vader plans to do the same. How did you survive? He couldn't stop himself from asking. You might remember hearing about Sidious' last apprentice, Darth Maul. I do. It was said you managed to pull him down with you. It was a ruse, the whole thing. At that time, Maul had already defected and joined Vader as his apprentice. Vader planned to use Maul's last assignment to fake his death and sever Maul's Force connection to Sidious. Originally people should think I killed him. I left the Jedi Orders so I would be able to take in Anakin Skywalker, who the Council refused to teach at that time. When he heard about that, Vader faked my death but kept me sedated until news reached him the Council had changed its mind and would take in his son after all. He figured as Anakin didn't necessarily need my help anymore, he would rather make use of my services himself, which in turn he only considered after hearing I was no longer affiliated with the Jedi. Then he simply commanded Maul to stun me and prepared 2 fake bodies instead of 1. He has shared his vision of what is to come if we fail with me, and I decided I would do whatever necessary to prevent it from coming true. Why? Dooku wanted to know. That is the only thing I could not find out. Why was it so important to him his son became a Jedi? What does Vader fight for? The ex-Jedi was silent for a few moments. Finally he said, Vader is a very selfish man. He has gathered great power over the years, but it never really satisfied him. He does not admit it to himself, but I believe he searches for inner peace, or rather, for balance. He believes he can reach this if he can keep his family, Shmi and Anakin Skywalker, as happy and sheltered as possible. They are the light to his darkness. He seeks to protect them, but at the same time he craves to battle their light. He keeps in contact with his son to keep their connection strong, but at the same time, he looks forward to meeting him on the battlefield and measure his own power with his. Qui-Gon shook his head. Vader is a broken man and quite mad. He doesn't even realize it himself. If he'd look into his own mind, he would see a beautiful, strong tree and he would waste his time admiring it, not noticing that he's standing in a charred, burned down forest, most of which he has cut down himself, looking at the last piece of him that still holds some life. His hatred for Sidious is real, and so is his desire to revolutionize the Republic, to make it into a place his son might want to live in. But once this goal is reached, once he doesn't have a war to fight, once there is no enemy to hunt down anymore, there is no telling what he might do then. He could be an even greater danger than Sidious. At least the old man is somewhat predictable, Dooku mused. Vader is stronger than both you and me combined. Right now, he is the only one who could defeat Sidious. We need him. What happens afterwards, that probably depends on what actions the young Skywalker will take. I see, Dooku said. He didn't like it, not one bit, but Qui-Gon was right. Vader was their best chance at getting rid of Sidious, and whatever Vader's twisted mind came up with, it couldn't be more harmful than Sidious' methodical undoing of the democracy. You can tell your master then, that he can count on my help. Shall I continue to play my role in front of Sidious for as long as possible? Yes. We will have to minimize contact until the war begins. Undoubtedly, the Chancellor has spies everywhere. Will you be able to hide your allegiances in your mind? Dooku snorted. Sidious hasn't bothered meeting me in flesh for 15 months. The few times I do meet him, he is only interested in my reports and tests my mind marginally at best. It won't be a problem. In that case, I'm glad that I get to work with you again, Master. Dooku's gaze softened somewhat. He felt emotions rise in him that he had long since forgotten he could feel. I'm glad as well, Qui-Gon. XXX. Flashback. Qui-Gon Jinn woke up with a start, and his schooled eye quickly took in his surroundings. As far as he could see, he was in a ship, in a small room with white walls, only one tiny round window showing the vastness of space and white stars flashing by. Welcome back to the land of the living, a vaguely familiar voice sounded. Qui-Gon turned to see Anakin Vader standing by metal door, leaning against the frame casually, just as he had the day he had first met him. Unconsciously the Jedi felt for his lightsaber, but quickly found it was not clipped to his belt any longer. Lord Vader, he said carefully. I have to say I'm surprised. Qui-Gon quickly thought back to what happened, what would have led to him meeting the Sith in such a vulnerable state as he was in. He remembered going to Naboo, the plan to arrest the Viceroy, and finally, his duel with the assassin. Qui-Gon was by no means a weakling, but he had quickly found himself overpowered by the young Sith. Eventually the assassin had flung his lightsaber out of his hand, holding his own blade to his throat. Then, completely inexplicably and, as far as he knew, out of character even for the Sith, Darth Maul had drawn a blaster and stunned him. No need to thank me, Vader said scratchily, for saving your life. The question is who put it in danger in the first place, he returned. I remember you saying the Dark Assassin would be a problem no more. I said I dealt with him as I saw fit, he corrected, and that my son wouldn't have to see him again. Then the council was right. It was your plan to draw him to your side the entire time. Vader shook his head. No, the original plan was to kill Maul. He chose to change allegiances to save his own life. As he can still be of use to me, I took him in and offered to free him of his master's influence. Qui-Gon couldn't help a thin smile. No loyalty among Sith, hey. On the contrary. The Sith Order attracts the desperate and broken. The dark side offers a chance to do the impossible. As long as the master is the one providing the apprentice with the most precious, most dangerous thing a person can have, he will always be loyal to him. And what would that be? Oh. Qui-Gon grimaced. You do not believe me. Vader scowled but didn't appear to be angry. Maul was raised in the way of the Sith for decades. He was trained to be a servant, he wouldn't have the backbone to become a master even if he tried. The one thing he truly craves is the approval of his master. As soon as this was taken away, when he failed to meet the expectations and started to disappoint, his hope could no longer be fulfilled. Therefore he turned to somebody who could give him new hope. He is a tool to be used but he wants his worth acknowledged. Then what do you hope for? Why did you turn to the dark? The Jedi asked. I hope to prevent my loved ones from dying. I still do and I believe I am on the best way to accomplish it. The question now is, what do you crave? What is your greatest desire? I am a Jedi, Qui-Gon replied firmly. Our desires are second priority to the people. I am thankful that you kept your apprentice from killing me but I need to return to Naboo now. You don't need to do anything anymore, Vader returned. As far as the Naboo and the Jedi are concerned, you died today, together with the Dark Assassin. They are holding your funeral at this very moment. What? See it as a chance, Master Jin. You are now free to do whatever you want. I was quite content with my life, thank you. Were you? You resigned the Jedi Order, did you not? You saw how the Order was inflexible, weak, and corrupt. I offer you a chance to change the world, to help recreate it as it should be. A cold shiver ran down Qui-Gon's back. I wanted to help Anakin your son. It was not fair how he was treated. I promised him he would be a Jedi and I did what was necessary to fulfill that promise. That does not mean I agree with any of your radical ideas. Vader was not wearing any weapon, he noticed, no lightsaber he could have summoned to his hand. The door looked massive and there was a good chance it was magnetic, meaning he could not open it with the Force. He could try to overpower the Sith with it but if it was true that Anakin had inherited his ridiculous power level from his father, it would be a lost cause. No, negotiations would be his best bet. He did not believe Vader was inherently evil but then again, he knew so little about his motives. Anakin has been accepted into the Jedi Order at last, the Sith informed him calmly. Your late Padawan has taken him in. I can assure you that he will not stay with them forever. Their habit of leaving behind their own men and of shunning human feelings such as love, friendship, and compassion makes them little more than puppets dancing to the tune of the Senate. A Senate that is under the control of another Sith Lord. Anakin was only the last straw, you simply agree with them no longer. Vader stepped closer and Qui-Gon did his best not to move back in return. He didn't like to admit it but his words were getting to him. Another Sith Lord? In the Senate, no less? It could be a lie of course, but what if it wasn't? I will show you a secret, Master Jin, a secret that on this world only one other person knows. I will show you the future of Anakin Skywalker. The moment Darth Vader finished speaking, Qui-Gon felt his mind brush against his. Immediately he pulled up his mental shields. He absolutely did not want to see whatever the Sith wanted to show him. But Vader was relentless, he attacked his shields with such vengeance that the Jedi was lying on his back, panting heavily within minutes. Suddenly black smoke began to rise from the ground, filling up the room and surrounding Vader, caressing him like an old lover. From within the smoke, images rose in quick succession. A young Anakin following after his late Padawan, Obi-Wan Kenobi. The child growing to be a teenager. War, so much war, years and years of it with indistinguishable clones fighting against battle droids. His confrontation with Chancellor Palpatine, a Sith Lord. And his fall to the dark side. Qui-Gon tried to close his eyes when the army of clones marched into the temple. He didn't want to see it, he didn't want to. But the images kept coming and coming. Order 66, the Jedi being wiped out in less than a single day. Obi-Wan fighting against his former student, the terrible mutilation and Anakin's banishment into a black suit, his breath becoming a death rattle. The terror he taught his enemies as a Sith as he worked to establish the Empire for his master. The rise of the rebellion. His hunt for the remaining Jedi. The Death Star and the destruction of Alderaan. Finally the smoke receded and with it the images stopped coming. Qui-Gon could do nothing but lie motionless, barely holding back a whimper. He will take your name, he finally managed to get out. He will become just like you, know, even worse. No, Vader declared, he will not become like me, he will become me. What I showed you wasn't merely a vision of a possible future. All of this has already happened. I am Darth Vader. At one point in the past though, I was also Anakin Skywalker. He did not understand. What happened? I killed the Emperor. I killed him, but it cost me my own life. I fulfilled the ancient prophecy, I brought balance to the Force. By wiping out both the Sith and the Jedi Order. In the end, the Force gave me free and sent me back many decades in time so I may forge my own destiny. Young Anakin is not my son. He is my younger self. For a moment Qui-Gon just stared. It sounded so unbelievable, but then again, so did the Force to non-Jedi. And wasn't the proof right here, in front of his eyes? Qui-Gon had had Force visions before, he could tell a fake from a real one. Vader looked exactly like the Anakin from the vision had looked like in the end. A family resemblance was not enough to explain that. What are you planning? He finally asked. Darth Sidious has to die. He will do everything in his power to get Anakin to join him, and this includes hurting the people close to him, directly or indirectly, and I will do everything to prevent this. What about the Jedi? Qui-Gon wanted to know. You hate them, I saw it. You spend so many years hunting them down. I dislike them, but I do not hate them. Maybe they will have to be wiped out. Maybe they will recognize their mistakes in time and change their ways. In all honesty, I do not care about them any longer. My concern is the Sith Order and how to reform it. You want to build your own empire, Qui-Gon stated angrily, to overthrow the Republic. That is not my goal at all. Yes, I do like my power, but I dislike ruling. It has never been appealing to me. How can I be sure of that? How do I know you won't work with the Sith Lord and only plan on betraying him once it's time to replace him? If I wanted to do that, don't you think the Force would have simply saved my life and allowed me to continue after I killed the Emperor? No. I know that in the Empire, the Middle and Inner Rim worlds have suffered most from the oppression. The Outer Rim worlds, however, have experienced many good things, new schools, medical facilities, and other things the Republic has never bothered with. The Republic is exploiting the great trading companies. It is arranged that way by Sidious to drive them to war, but they only act for their own greed as well. Both sides in this upcoming war are completely and utterly corrupt. I want to make sure their dirty money reaches those that actually need it. I want to get rid of slavery and the criminal rule and many other things. I am willing and quite capable of fighting for this cause. Qui-Gon shook his head. You have no way of assuring the people working for you aren't corrupt as well. You cannot possibly do this alone. Yes, he agreed, that is why I need you. I am a genius when it comes to mechanics, to combat, battle and dueling alike, am a master of the Force and the dark side. I can lead an army in a war, but I freely admit I have little experience leading a federation in peace. I need people like you to work out the details. I need you to do the planning and to bring the people together. I am offering you to teach you about the dark side, but it is not obligatory. I know that power means little to you. But if you do join me, you would be in a position to make demands, to influence the upcoming war and to ensure the planets are treated justly. Qui-Gon didn't like it, he really didn't, but he found he actually considered the offer. It was true that he resigned the order not only because of one lost boy but because he generally did not agree with the council more often than not. He often felt like he was the only one not blind to their mistakes. Part of that was undoubtedly his late master's fault, but only insofar that it encouraged him to take a close look when other Jedi would have turned a blind eye. Also, Vader said he didn't have to actually turn dark. He wanted his help in the recreation of the New Order, not because he was an evil mastermind manipulating him into believing he had power himself, but because he really did not care whenever an empire or a republic was in charge, as long as he was the one holding onto all the big guns. Qui-Gon could imagine himself as the man in the back, and the temptation to have a hand in creating a better world was a great one. It still shouldn't have felt so easy. I have conditions, he said finally. Speak. I want you to promise that nothing will happen to Anakin and Obi-Wan. Vader scowled fiercely for a moment. Qui-Gon had not forgotten the image of Obi-Wan mutilating him terribly. He knew the Sith Lord hated his late master with a vengeance and would be all too happy to kill him himself. I have no intention to cause harm to my younger self. As for Obi-Wan, he shall be spared as long as you swear loyalty to me and your usefulness justifies ignoring the harm he will undoubtedly cause. That was as good a deal as he was going to get. Qui-Gon rose from his medical bed. He was a little unsure what to do, how to seal their agreement, a signed contract, perhaps, or a handshake. But Vader smirked at him, rather cruelly so, and crossed his arms in front of his chest. Kneel. The former Jedi felt his heart sink. He should have known he wouldn't get out of this so easily. He wasn't just joining in a conspiracy or even a political circle, he was joining a Sith order, and whenever he used the dark side or not, this meant Darth Vader was to be his master. Don't you already have an apprentice? He tried one last time. What about the rule of two? I make a habit of breaking rules. By the Force, I am a Sith, what do you expect? Qui-Gon had a terrible feeling that he was going to regret this. But those images of the future, he wanted to do whatever he could to prevent them from coming true. If he had to give Vader a Sith order to prevent him from wiping out the Jedi, he would do it. And so, Qui-Gon went down on his knees, lowered his head and spoke the words that sealed his fate. I pledge myself to you, Darth Vader, my master. I will follow your every command and succumb to your authority. Darth Vader smiled, very pleased with himself, and nodded. I accept your servitude. Rise, my apprentice. Together, we will bring the world the peace it deserves. Considering the low opinion Vader had of the Republic, this did not reassure Qui-Gon at all. 1.5 years later. Then this concludes the foundation of the Confederacy of Independent Systems. Thank you all for attending. Darth Vader suppressed a yawn and straightened his back as the applause rose. He'd totally forgotten how boring political meetings could be. The faint presence of a certain Jedi in the vent just above his head was the only thing keeping him alert. Which was good, considering those greedy idiots did their best to warp the contract to limit his freedom of decision. Over the last few weeks the timeline had snapped back into place. The Separatists planned to declare open war soon, and so Newt Gunray had taken the chance to send Jango Fett after Senator Amidala to get his revenge for the embarrassment on Naboo. Anakin had been assigned as Padme's guard, and Kenobi had trailed the bounty hunter, eventually discovering the clone army as well as eventually following Fett to Geonosis, where he was now listening in on the conspiring leaders. Everything was going according to plan. Vader didn't say much during the meeting and left the arguing to the others. He didn't care about who got trading rights to which planet or some other nonsense. He was the one with the absolute control over all military facilities, and that was all that was important to him. Over his head, Kenobi made his way back slowly. Vader was familiar with his presence in the Force, he would notice him anywhere. No doubt the Jedi had recognized him as well, though he couldn't sense him in the same way. Vader had personally investigated the security system of the palace on Geonosis. He also came here with a whole legion of droid Ekis and advanced battle droids. The tiny hidden security cameras had caught Kenobi sneaking in half an hour ago, but Vader had deactivated all but the most basic security measures. It was important that Kenobi record his message and send it to Anakin as he was supposed to. Since Shmi was very much safe, there weren't any Tusken left to threaten her, and she hadn't moved out of the city to begin with. Plus Vader had talked to her vile hollow earlier today. He would still be on Naboo with Padme. That was still close enough to get the message. While young Anakin was less impulsive than Vader had been at his age, the desire to protect his loved ones was still very deep ingrained in his being and wouldn't allow him to let Kenobi die if he could do something about it. Darth Vader had actually considered killing Newt Gunray for daring to send assassins after the young senator. In the end he didn't for two reasons. 1. His bounty hunter would die this week, and 2. Gunray was a coward and it was ridiculously easy for Vader to intimidate him. If he killed him, there was a small chance he would get replaced with someone stronger. One after another the members of the newly formed Separatist Council left the room. Most of them would leave the planet immediately. Only Count Dooku and Vader would stay to inspect the progress of the droid factory. The security was being booted up again. Dooku and Vader were on their way to the factory when a yellow battle droid came running at them. "Sir! Sir!" it called, "we've caught someone sneaking around the palace. The visual identification says it's a Jedi." "Who is it?" Dooku wanted to know. "Sir, it's Obi-Wan Kenobi." For a moment, there was silence. "If he witnessed the meeting, we cannot let him live," the Count finally said gravely. "No, we cannot," Vader agreed. For a couple of seconds, there was an awkward silence. "I heard he's the master of your son," the Count said after a while. "I heard he was the student of Qui-Gon, your former Padawan," Vader returned. "He would be upset about his loss, I'm sure. Maybe we could convince him to join us." "I highly doubt it, but you are invited to try. If you fail, however, he will have to submit to the Genosian law. The law states he must be executed." "Well, that's too bad for him then." The Count stiffened slightly. "I will take this matter into my own hands, then." Vader didn't bother hiding his smile. It seemed the Sith really didn't want to see Kenobi dead. "How curious. Do as you like, but take care to update me on your progress." "Very well. XXX." Darth Vader sat in the main security room of the droid factory, flipping the channels, watching out for irregularities. Soon his son and Padme would arrive to free Kenobi. He was confident that they'd make their way through the factory, but he remembered there had been a few close calls. From this room out he would be able to both prevent their death and ensure their capture. It was important those two went through some serious trouble together, just as it was important they'd walk to their inescapable doom together. Only when they did would Padme get over herself and admit her love for Anakin. "Darth Vader, reduced to playing matchmaker," Vader muttered with dark amusement. Sometimes the Force worked in curious ways. Suddenly the door behind him was thrown open. Vader didn't bat an eyelash, recognizing the Force signature even though it was hidden well. "Qui-Gon, my friend, what has you so upset?" he asked. Qui-Gon Jinn removed his helmet, a Mandalorian piece with night vision, heat sensors, COMM link and other kinds of nifty little extras. His long grey hair now freely fell over his shoulders. The ex-Jedi, usually so calm and composed, was scowling in anger. "It's about Obi-Wan. He's been captured," Dooku said. "He is to be executed." Vader turned around to face the older man. Qui-Gon had served him faithfully for the last 10 years. He'd been his first general in his new army, followed by Darth Maul and later on the other two Zabrak brothers. They were the only ones who knew about Qui-Gon's real identity. "I take it the Count has failed to convince him to join us, then?" It was a rhetoric question. Vader already knew he would fail. Kenobi was the lapdog of the Jedi Council, he would never betray them. That's right, but I'm convinced that I can change his mind. If you just let me talk to him, I can make him see reason. Of course, Qui-Gon. You may try as you like. The former Jedi hesitated. I would have to reveal my identity to him. Vader nodded slowly. The war is going to start soon. It won't make much of a difference now. I will come with you and together we shall try to convince him. However, we won't say a word about Sidious's identity. Qui-Gon nodded in acceptance. He knew Vader had plenty of reason to hate the other Sith and that he wanted to kill him himself. The ex-Jedi had seen a glimpse of the future, but Vader had lived through it. He trusted him that he knew best how to fend off that future. It wasn't just the Chancellor who was the problem. When he took over, the whole Senate had applauded him. They all had to be wiped out, and the Clone Wars provided the best cover for that. Unlike the Zabrak brothers, Qui-Gon had never given himself completely to the dark side. He had accepted Vader's lesson on how to use it should he ever need to, so he wouldn't lose his mind to it, but he had refused to take that last one step to becoming a Sith. He had actually been surprised that Vader had stood to his word and not forced him into anything, and that he, as promised, left the reorganization of the Outer Rim to him almost exclusively. Over the years, it had ensured Qui-Gon's loyalty to him to the point where now he would even ask for permission to reveal himself to his former Padawan. I thank you for your consideration, Lord Vader, Qui-Gon said, back to his calm, respectful self. Obi-Wan will join us. Together, we will be strong enough to cleanse the Republic of the corruption. Yes, he was probably right. If Kenobi joined them, so would Anakin. Then there were the three Zabraks and Grievous who fought for the Separatists in this timeline as well. Dooku's loyalty was almost entirely in their favor during to Qui-Gon's good relationship with him, and his student, Ventress, would follow him everywhere. They would have enough Sith to counter the Jedi Masters, or at least distract them so they could have a go at the Chancellor. Certainly they would start the war with far better odds than the last time around. But Kenobi wouldn't join them, and neither would Anakin. Not yet, at least. XXX. Obi-Wan Kenobi moved his arm carefully. Immediately a sharp pain shot through it, and he gave up fighting against the energy field that held him aloft with his arms and legs spread. He had been in worse situations before, but, he had to admit, not many. He had known, of course, that there was unrest among the various trading organizations across the galaxy, but he wouldn't have thought they were already that far ahead with their plans. They had worried the Separatists would eventually rebel. They had also worried that Lord Vader and his stolen fleet would get brave and attack other worlds. They had not counted on those two forces banding together, not after the huge losses the traitors had to suffer because of the Sith. It was a relief that the Republic wouldn't be as helpless as their enemies thought during to the clone army, but then again, it was a bit too convenient how everything suddenly fit together. As far as Kenobi knew, Vader had no political motive, no reason to join the Separatists. He'd taken such great care to stay out of the Republic's jurisdiction during the last 10 years. Kenobi wasn't really surprised to find out he wanted to take part in this war. If he was being honest, he was even a little bit relieved that the Sith Lord finally showed his true colors. All the Jedi sensed it, the return of the Sith. They didn't know who or when or how, but they knew there was a battle to come. Anakin had remained steadfast in his belief that his father was a good person. He still had to be stopped, still had to be controlled before he went too far, but that didn't mean he was evil. Oh, the boy would be incredibly upset when he found out. The Council had allowed the young Padawan to keep in contact with his father, even though it was against the rules of the Jedi. The Council didn't believe Vader actually cared for Anakin. The Sith couldn't feel love, only obsession. However, if Vader was obsessed with his son, he would have never let Anakin out of his sight, much less join the Jedi. No, they were convinced he had plans for him, that he wanted to use him for his own needs. They didn't believe Anakin could actually prevent him from bringing darkness to the world, but they didn't know what his goals were and how he wanted to reach them. News from the Outer Rim were hard to come by, and Anakin had been their only reliable source of information on what his father was up to. All his crew members were tight-lipped, and his droids seemed to have some kind of inbuilt self-destroy function that made capturing them impossible. Vader's progress was alarming to say the least, but they had been able to get some insight on how his mind worked through Anakin. It had led them to believe that Vader didn't work alone. Of course he had his generals and officers, but they only followed his orders. The way the conquered systems were being kept under his control without there being any troops left on them wore a different handwriting. The criminal bosses still had their power, they just had to report to Vader regularly, they had to spy on other leaders and follow his rules. If they did, barely anything changed for them. If they tried to cheat him, Vader would soon come back and wipe them out. The planet would then be left alone until another criminal chose to take the spot as a leader. The same conditions would be taken to him, and in most cases, they just complied with it. They couldn't expect help if they got into trouble with the Republic, but they could carry their conflicts with other planets under Vader's rule to him. These methods allowed Vader to show his power and control many systems without actually having to be there or bothering with a large bureaucratic apparatus. Still, Obi-Wan knew enough about rivaling races to know that a lot of diplomacy was required to get all these systems to behave. Even if Vader didn't bother to deal with them, someone evidently did. Now it had become clear that someone had to be affiliated with the Separatists. The door opened and Obi-Wan didn't get a chance to further contemplate Lord Vader's plans. That was because the same Sith was now staring him down, his expression cold, barely concealed hatred shimmering in his eyes as he stood there with his arms crossed. "I knew you would eventually find your way here, Kenobi," the Sith said without further greeting. "You always have to interfere in things that you don't have any business in, do you?" "It's nice to see you too," Obi-Wan replied dryly. "Soon enough, you'll stop joking around. This is your last chance. Join me. Give in to the darkness and you will live. Work with me and you will become great." The Jedi gave a snort. "Really? Are you serious? That is the best you've got? You will never be able to convince me to join you." Vader gave him one tiny, creepy smile. "I know," he stated calmly. "That's why I've brought backup." Lord Vader stepped aside and behind him a second person came into view. At first it just seemed to be a random soldier from one of Vader's ships, and Obi-Wan asked himself if maybe now he would get tortured. But then the man removed his helmet and at the same time stopped suppressing his presence in the Force. If Obi-Wan hadn't been held aloft by the Force field, he would have sunken to his knees in shock. In front of him stood none other than his supposedly dead master Qui-Gon Jinn. Obi-Wan would have thought it a fake. There was a lot one could do with masks and operations to look like another person. But one couldn't fake a Force presence. It was, undoubtedly, his old master. But at the same time, it was not. There was something different about him, something graver than the added wrinkles in his face and white hairs. There was a dark taint on his normally brilliant white, soothing soul. He certainly wasn't stinking of evil like Vader, but he was no stranger to the dark side either. "Qui-Gon," he whispered, fighting against the shock. You were dead. I saw your dead body, I was at your funeral." It wasn't denial, not anymore, but he felt betrayed. He had mourned this man. He had suffered. He had blamed himself for his death. And all this time he'd been alive. And worse, working with Vader. Qui-Gon gave a small, sad smile. "I'm sorry, Obi-Wan. That must have been hard on you. What are you doing here with him? What does all of this mean? Lord Vader has faked my death and then shared some insights with me that I couldn't ignore. You were so young when I had to leave you, but Obi-Wan, I know that you have great potential and that you have become a great Jedi. I hope that your understanding of the Force has improved as well. You have to search your feelings. A great danger is to come, and Vader and we are working to fight this danger. We need you on our side." Obi-Wan shook his head, and this time it was denial that made him say, How can you say that? Master. He's a Sith, he has already killed countless of people. He's waging war all around the galaxy, he is a danger, he has to be stopped. But Qui-Gon shook his head. This is nothing against what is to come. Dooku already told you, didn't he? Told me what? Qui-Gon sighed and shot him a look that he normally saved for when his Padawan said something very stupid. You didn't even listen to him, did you? Well, of course he hadn't. He wouldn't ever trust anything coming from the mouth of a Sith. The Jedi all sense it, the return of the Sith. What they don't know is that the Sith themselves are split. Their return will come in form of a war between them, both sides trying to destroy each other. The Jedi are helpless against this power. If you try to interfere, you will all be destroyed between the fronts. Our enemy sits in the Senate of the Republic, he has the whole government under his control. That's ridiculous. The Jedi would have noticed. The Jedi are blind. It was the first time Qui-Gon rose his voice and it made Obi-Wan shut up immediately. He wasn't used to his master, his former master, shout at him. In fact, he couldn't remember a single instance where he had. Qui-Gon was always so calm, centered in the Force. Just what had Vader done to him? This isn't a fight between Jedi and Sith. Your order has become so weak and degenerated that you don't even get to have a say in this matter. Vader jumped in and said, regardless of how this turns out, the Sith will win. It is only a matter of which Sith. I have prepared for this day for 10 years. I have collected my own team. Not all of them are Sith or even Force sensitives, but with them together it should be possible to defeat the Sith Lord. However, we could always need people like you. Your negotiation skills could be invaluable. So what? Obi-Wan replied derisively, you want me to be the diplomat in your little conspiracy? You must be truly desperate. If you absolutely have to know, I wouldn't even consider letting you go, let alone join if it weren't for Qui-Gon, Vader admitted. He's the only reason you're still alive. I won't join the dark side. Never. This isn't about the dark side, Qui-Gon tried again. Don't you want to save the Jedi? Don't you want to save the democracy? They will only survive if we win this war. The other Sith Lord will destroy them. And I'm supposed to believe you're any better? Do you really expect me to believe things will be better if Vader took over? If that's what you think, then you're lying to yourself. Obi-Wan shook his head, deeply disappointed. I have trusted you, Master. I have looked up to you for years. But you have betrayed everything you used to stand for. Obi-Wan. Qui-Gon stepped forward with a pained expression, hesitating as if deciding whenever or not he dared touching his former student. Please, Obi-Wan, they will kill you. I can't let that happen. I'd rather die before I become like you. That did it. Qui-Gon dropped the hand he had raised to reach out for his former Padawan. For a moment Obi-Wan could feel his pain vibrate through the thinning bond that still existed between them. He closed his eyes and turned his head away. He didn't want to see his broken expression. He has made his decision, Vader said, laying a hand on Qui-Gon's shoulder. You have to let him go. Obi-Wan wanted to strangle him. Qui-Gon didn't seem to notice, but the young man was sure Vader was mocking the Jedi and their code. After all, they were always encouraged to let go of the people they cared about, the people who died. But Obi-Wan wasn't dead yet. Vader had never expected Obi-Wan to turn, he realized now. He merely wanted to torture him emotionally, confronting him with his master betrayal. He wanted to use his refusal to further lodge Qui-Gon in his side. It was just what you'd expect from a Sith. But there wasn't anything Obi-Wan could do about it. He briefly entertained the thought that Qui-Gon would change his mind. That he would come back to the light, maybe save Obi-Wan and they'd return to the Order. But as he saw the older man sag his shoulders and turn away from him in dejection, he knew it would not happen. He had been poised by the Sith's lies for too long. You have made a great mistake today, Kenobi, Vader said at last. Your inability to look past your code and your rules will cost you everything you hold dear. Obi-Wan merely shot him a dark look and the two men left his cell. The Jedi let out a sigh. In one point at least, Vader had been right. He really didn't feel like joking anymore. On the corridor beyond, Qui-Gon desperately tried to get his emotions under control. Obi-Wan's rejection had hurt him deeply. He had known it was a risk of course, but he had wanted his student to understand so badly. It wasn't just because leaving the Jedi Order would be the only way to save him, it was also, to a certain point, because Qui-Gon wasn't so sure about his aims either. He had wanted to convince Obi-Wan as much as he wanted to convince himself that he did the right thing and that Vader really would be the better choice, the lesser of two evils. Desperation, hurt, anger and fear were battling within him, and the Force would not release him of it. At least, the light side would not. Tentatively, Qui-Gon reached out for that other power. Vader had taught him in its ways. He had seen the other apprentices use it, and he had even received hints and help from Dooku. He knew how to feed his feelings in the dark side. He had done it once or twice in those lessons, just to prove that he understood them. It was only now though that he searched for it actively. Just like Vader had said, the dark side drank up his dark feelings greedily and left him with nothing but a hum of undirected anger, a sense of righteous indignation. He had taught and raised Obi-Wan from when he was a small child to the man he was now. He had tried to save his world, his order, his friends, and the child dared to reject him? He dared to accuse him of betrayal? Qui-Gon had been forced to choose between two Sith. Death wasn't an option for him, not when he was the only one who knew the future. Vader was cruel and bloodthirsty and mad, but at least he didn't hate the Jedi. He didn't think their annihilation was necessary and would be willing to spare them, if only for his son. Obi-Wan was lost to him now, but it was not too late for the other Jedi. Qui-Gon took a deep breath. Vader had given him a passing glance, noticing the darkening of his aura, but he didn't say anything to acknowledge it. The faint smile playing around the corners of his mouth was the only indication of his approval. "Lord Vader," he said quietly but clearly, "I release you from the promise you made to me. Obi-Wan has chosen his side. I will respect his wish." Qui-Gon squeezed his eyes shut, hating himself. Said hatred was immediately absorbed by the dark side, as was his guilt and pain. He knew he'd just signed his student's death sentence, but he couldn't help but think that there was so much more at risk. "I'm glad to hear it," Vader said emotionlessly. "However, I highly doubt Kenobi will die on Geonosis." Qui-Gon looked at him startled. "What do you mean?" "His death has to be carefully planned. It is not the right time yet. You're afraid your son will hate you if you kill him," Qui-Gon realized. "You never planned on having him executed." "Oh, there will be an execution. He just won't die on it." They had reached the monitor room of the factory where the Dark Jedi had initially picked Vader up from. "Now if you'll excuse me, my friend, I'm still awaiting another prisoner today." "XXX. That doesn't look so well," Anakin muttered. He and Padme had just passed a corridor full of Geonosians and upon fleeing now found themselves in the middle of what appeared to be a factory for battle droids. The senator didn't have time to answer because suddenly the short ledge they were standing on vanished and they fell down right onto a flat conveyor. Machines were pressing glowing hot metal on it. If they got under those things, they'd be toast. Hurriedly they tried to avoid the machines, Padme by leaping through the gaps and Anakin simply by swinging his lightsaber. "Something is wrong," he called over the noise of the machines. "Oh? How did you get that idea?" Padme answered piercingly, barely avoiding getting her head pressed onto the 1200 degrees Celsius hot breastplate of a battle droid. "I feel a presence. It's familiar but I haven't." Suddenly Anakin stopped in the middle of movement. A tiny Geonosianer used his startled state and tackled him from behind, but Anakin quickly caught himself and whirled around, kicking the flying alien and sending it along the flat conveyor where it made the acquaintance of the metal compactor. "It's my father. He's around here somewhere. What do you may ah?" Padme was attacked by a Geonosianer. They fought briefly and the senator fell into a great metal tub. "He's here somewhere," Anakin muttered. Using the Force, he jumped onto the next compactor and reached out through the Force for the Sith. He felt his dark but strangely familiar, warm presence. There was a sort of slimy feeling to it that still repulsed him, as if the blood of his victims covered him at all times. "Father," he called out, "I know you are nearby. We could need a bit of help down here." His father's presence flared up and he felt his power brush against his mind briefly. "I see," came the mental answer before he drew back again. Up in the monitoring room, Vader couldn't help a small chuckle. He could understand now why Sidious had decided to lead two sides of a war. This was going to be so much fun. The Sith reached for a control lever and moved it. Down in the factory, the flat conveyor gave a sudden lurch as its speed was tripled and Anakin was thrown off and onto the ground beyond. There he was greeted by a group of Geonosians who'd been alerted by the alarm. They had blasters with them, set on stun. Vader reached up and pushed a button, causing a rack with a battalion of battle droids to move down. The Sith Lord really couldn't stand these yellow jokes of a droid. He'd rather his son destroyed a few of those than actual workers out of flesh and blood who still had some use. Anakin used the Force to send the droids' weapons tumbling at the creatures, but an evasion maneuver landed him on another flat conveyor. This time he wasn't fast enough to evade and his arm got caught in a metal prison that was promptly welded shut. "Father! Help!" Anakin called, more angry than really fearful. "I'm kinda busy saving your girlfriend," he replied, barely able to hide his amusement. He did, in fact, push a button that stopped hot molten metal to flow into Padme's tub and roast her. Anakin's conveyor continued and he had to roll himself to the side, offering a small target as the press came down on him. Meanwhile, Vader sat there, grinning slightly, his finger hovering over the button that would stop the machines. He remembered the excitement of fighting in that unconventional environment. Undoubtedly his son was having great fun. The adrenaline, the danger. Vader wouldn't allow his son to die, but maybe he'd lose his arm? Wouldn't that be ironic? Anakin managed to free himself, but his lightsaber got damaged beyond repair. "Not again," the boy moaned. "Obi-Wan will kill me." "You'll soon have different problems, my son," Vader sent him. "Your girlfriend is being surrounded." He sent him a mental image of the Geonosians who were flying to get her out of the tub. He broke the connection before Anakin could see how the tub fell down, squashing half of them and sending her tumbling out though. It seemed R2-D2 had managed to hack into the security system after all. "She's not my girlfriend," Anakin grumbled. "Oh, but you wish she were, don't you?" he teased him. "I have to say, you have great taste." "Shut up." Anakin arrived at Padme's. They were about to find a way out of the factory when Vader activated his COMM link. He had Darth Maul and Savage waiting near the building, and on his signal they took a group of droid Ekis with them and made their way right into the factory. Of course the droids weren't really necessary with two Dark Force users at the front, but it looked more intimidating, and Anakin, unarmed as he was, would have no choice but do the smart thing and surrender without a fight. Anakin and Padme headed to the door R2-D2 had opened for them and were unprepared for the welcoming committee. "You are surrounded," Darth Maul said with glee, his voice distorted through the helmet Vader had insisted he wore. "Surrender now." Anakin looked around with the petulance of a child that hadn't gotten the main prize from the lottery wheel after all. "I don't suppose you are close enough to lend a helping hand?" he asked one last time. "I'm sorry, son," Vader returned, not feeling sorry at all. "It seems this round goes to them." "Dang dot." Vader snickered quietly and rose to his feet. He had a public execution to prepare. Darth Vader whirled around and raised his lightsaber to block the incoming attack of his apprentice, Maul. The younger Sith was wearing a helmet, as was usual these days since his identity still had to be kept from his former master. Vader had managed to reach a carefully balanced agreement with Dooku in which nobody would tell on the other's secrets, but in an open space such as the desert of Geonosis, anyone could happen to walk by. Maul held himself even as Vader pushed against him powerfully. His brother Savage came running at him from the right, stupidly announcing his attack through a primitive shout, dimmed through the same helmet. He didn't come very far, for at that moment, the sand on the ground rose to wrap itself around his ankle and pulled him down. At last, Vader senses danger from behind and somersaulted through the air just as blaster fire hit the spot where he'd stood a moment ago. Firil, the last of the three Zabrak brothers, wasn't as good with a lightsaber and preferred long-range weapons. They worked well together, Vader had to admit. He was confident that they'd be able to hold themselves against a Jedi Master. But it was time to end it now. Vader landed on the ground again. A cloud of sand and dust rose to the air, first only from the impact of his landing but then held by the Force. The tiny particles banded together to form a tight shield that reflected the laser beams, allowing Vader to block Maul's next saber attack. He pushed his apprentice back and in the same movement, slammed his right foot down hard. As he did so, the earth itself sprang to live and pulled Savage down like a puddle of quicksand. Once that danger was taken care of, Vader jumped back again, searching for a higher spot. He deactivated his lightsaber and instead raised both arms. Invisible hands closed around Maul's and Firil's throats. He pressed a little more, lifting their bodies off the ground. Darth Maul at least was familiar with his favorite attack. He didn't make the mistake to drop his lightsaber or try to claw at the invisible hold with his hands. Instead, he forced his body to go slack and concentrate on the Force, trying to override Vader's command on it. He managed to disrupt his control a little bit, since Vader had to concentrate on two victims. Eventually though, he had to admit defeat. Vader dropped the two Zabraks on the ground and allowed Savage to crawl out of the sand. "You have done well," he said. "Your teamwork is very good. Maul and Firil, you are able to coordinate your attacks well so that it becomes impossible to block both at the same time. You can't hope to win that way though if Savage is disabled and can't stop your enemy from dodging. Even if he hadn't been stuck, his armor makes him too slow for this role. If Savage hadn't shouted a warning and if you, Firil, would have shot when I was stuck between those two, you might have been able to hit me." "No, we would not," Maul disagreed. "Not as long as you can use the Force to use the material around you to shield yourself. I could stop a blaster attack with my bare hands if I wanted to," Vader sneered. "I'm not training you to win against me, I'm training you to win against Jedi and to assist both me and each other against more powerful opponents. My control over the Force is one of a kind, you don't have to worry about encountering it with anyone else." "Master," Savage asked with his usual, raw voice, "do you think we are strong enough to fight the other Sith yet?" Vader thought for a moment but then shook his head. "You can't surprise him since he would sense you coming. You might have a chance if he decides to play with you, but he would make sure to knock out at least one of you in the beginning since he can hold off two at a time using Sith lighting." "I can block lighting with my saber," Maul protested. "Yes you can. Your brothers however can't," Vader reminded him. There was no time for further lessons since in that moment, Vader's COMM link beeped. He listened to the message for a few seconds before turning back to his apprentices. "The meeting is about to start. Remember what I've told you. Stay together. Watch out for each other. And kill as many Jedi as you can." The three brothers nodded. They were tense in anticipation of the upcoming fight. The Zabraks had confidence in the Force visions of their master. Darth Vader actually got far less Force visions these days as he used to, but he had a good memory, and since he had made a point to not to make too many waves in history, he was still able to predict a lot of events, including the Battle of Geonosis. "The execution is about to begin soon," he said and clipped his lightsaber back to his belt. "It is time for us to go." The four men made their way back to the small shuttle that would bring them back to the capital and the great stadium where the execution of the Jedi was to take place. Darth Vader felt the Force practically singing in anticipation. Without his prompting, it showed him a variety of possible futures. There was still time to prepare a more elaborate trap, to wipe out all the Jedi Masters in one go if just he would give the command to his fleet to not let the approaching Jedi cruisers pass. Technically, they didn't have the jurisdiction to do so since Geonosis was still part of the Republic and their invasion was agreed upon with the Senate. Vader could call off the execution anytime and declare the prisoners free. The Republic would then put much pressure on the newfound alliance, but in the end, war would only be delayed. His son, however, would forgive him easily enough. If Vader actually killed Kenobi, great ripples would be carried through the future. Anakin would hate him, but where would his hatred lead? Would he end up in Palpatine's arms once again, desperate to become strong enough to defeat him? Would Vader get a chance to convince him it was for the best, showing him what Kenobi would have done to them? There were so many possibilities, and Vader felt like choosing that path for no other reason than that it was unpredictable, its outcome not clear to him, and it was exciting and new. It was an explosive combination, and while he was eager to try it, he was clever enough to know that it was foolish to take it in anything but the most desperate situation. The path he was on now allowed for the most promising outcome while harboring the least risk. So what if Anakin would hate him for his betrayal? Vader had been hated by billions for 2 decades, including both of his children. It wasn't exactly pleasant, but he was used to it and he knew how to handle it. Anakin would see his way eventually and understand what he had to do. That had to be enough. They arrived at the stadium, which was already filled to the brink with Geonosians. Dooku was already sitting at the top with Jango Fett and Poggle the Lesser. They were met at the entrance with Qui-Gon, who had exchanged his armor for traditional brown Jedi robes. He handed similar clothing to the Zabrak brothers, who took it without complaint. Vader remained in his black cloak. He gave out his last commands and sent his 4 generals in different directions. The Jedi should arrive shortly. There wasn't really a lot of room for them to hide, even among the Geonosians who didn't look human at all. Vader couldn't remember how he hadn't managed to notice them until they had drawn their lightsabers. He greatly suspected a massive use of mind tricks. That was what his students would use, and the Jedi wouldn't look too closely at them, believing them to belong to them until the signal was given. Vader seated himself on the opposite side of Dooku's high box. He was just in time too, because now Obi-Wan Kenobi was being driven into the stadium. 2 Geonosians were riding alongside him, pulling him along at a long chain and threatening him with electrical staffs. Once he was bound, a second gate opened to reveal a small carriage. Vader leaned forward eagerly, reaching out through the Force to feel his son's presence, but without letting him know he was watching. He could feel Anakin's elation, his joy, but also his fear, his bittersweet happiness. Vader basked in these emotions and allowed his younger self's innocence and love to wash over him. The last time he had felt so strongly about something had been when he'd seen his son with his own eyes for the first time. He hadn't felt anything like that in the 20 years before, and not in the 13 years after that either. It was only through his son that he was able to feel positive emotions so strongly. Darth Vader leaned back with a sigh. His plan had worked perfectly. Anakin and Padme had admitted their love to each other, determined to face their end together. He could still see how they leaned close to each other, riding into the arena like a pair of king and queen. They were glorious. They were beautiful. For Darth Vader, this was the true peak of his plan. The following battle was nothing but clean-up. Though he had taken great care to not let it be noticed how he drank up his younger self's emotions, as soon as the pillars and with them Kenobi came into view, Anakin became focused again and reached out for Vader. "Father. You still here?" Vader considered whenever he should answer or not. He was good at hiding his presence, but this was his younger self. Their connection was stronger than any other either of them possessed. Certainly stronger than anything a Jedi, or Sith, for that matter, should possess. Anakin would probably feel it when he was near, whenever he acknowledged him or not. "I'm here, my son. I don't suppose you could help me out?" Vader shook his head, smiling to himself. How Junior hadn't figured out yet that he was standing on the other side was a mystery to him. "You have overstepped your boundaries, Anakin. The Geonosian law demands your execution. There has to be something you can do." If not for me, then please, at least save Padme. There is indeed something, Vader whispered back. If you left the Jedi Order, if you declared, right here and now, that you denounce your allegiance with them, then I could claim you as my son and vouch for you. What about Padme? And Obi-Wan? Your girlfriend could remain a prisoner and might eventually be set free against her ransom. Your master, you will have to leave behind. Vader could feel the conflict within his son. He was surprised that leaving the Order didn't bother him too much. In fact, he glimpsed a picture in his mind of moving to Nabal with Padme, of living together and forgetting all about the Jedi and the Sith. But to leave Kenobi behind, that prospect troubled him deeply. To betray one friend to save another, he was not ready to do that. Not yet. There has to be another way. Not for you, Vader insisted, not as you are now. The gates opposite of the pillars were opened and 3 large beasts were revealed. The Geonosianer drove them forward, agitating them further by poking them with their electrical staffs. Anakin's full attention was soon fixed on the fight. Vader leaned back and enjoyed the show, silently cheering on the praying mantis. It lost. Badly, too. Soon, the droid Ekis were sent in to finish off the humans, all of them now free of their chains. Vader was pretty sure they would be able to hold themselves even against those for some time. But they didn't get the chance to prove him wrong. It was in that moment that everywhere in the crowd, blue and green lights flashed as the Jedi revealed themselves. Immediately, there was chaos. Hundreds of Geonosianer rose and fled the arena, flying upwards. The 3 Zabrak brothers had managed to sneak up to a couple of Jedi. Their red lightsabers could be seen protruding out of their lifeless bodies. Up in the top box, Dooku struggled to initiate an orderly evacuation, taking care to protect the leader of Geonosian Industries. Jango Fett launched into the fight, jumping down into the arena and attacking Kenobi. Qui-Gon beat him to it, engaging Kenobi in a duel of his own. Vader wasn't fooled. He knew the old man probably wanted to draw out the fight so that if either side called for a retreat, the Jedi might be able to flee. Of course Kenobi didn't know that as Qui-Gon was once again wearing his mask. One of the other Jedi had thrown him and his Padawan a lightsaber and he was now crossing blades with his former master. Droids came swarming into the arena as soon as most of the civilians were gone. Vader was still sitting on his place in the shadows. He was giving commands to the droids via COMM link and watched his younger self battle the bounty hunter. Meanwhile, the Zabraks were busy taking down more Jedi. Vader had trained them well, their teamwork was perfect. Savage was rushing at his enemies with furious shouts, distracting and frightening them. Darth Maul dispatched of the opponents who dared to come too close to him with quick but efficient strikes, and Feral had retreated to a higher vantage point. His shots rarely ever hit, but they did force the Jedi to block his attacks, leaving them open from behind, or to dodge and drive them closer to the other Sith. Status report, Vader muttered into his COMM link. A Jedi who had just beheaded half a dozen of his droids spotted him and came closer. Vader didn't want to draw his lightsaber and reveal himself, so he just absent-mindedly reached out with his hand and the Jedi stopped in mid-motion, his hands clutching his throat. "We're still on the other side of the moon," the mother's voice sounded in his ear. "There is a large fleet approaching. As per your commands, no action has been taken. They haven't seen us yet, but 2 of our scouting drones have been shot down." "How soon can they be here?" Vader asked just as the Jedi collapsed, unconscious. 5 minutes. Then wait 10, he decided. Looking down at the battlefield, he realized that might still be too late. Already more than half of the Jedi were either dead or seriously injured. Suddenly there was a sharp pain in the back of Vader's head. He gasped as he felt a sudden spike of fear and terror. His head whipped around to look down at the arena. He knew the emotions were not his own, they were most likely coming from Anakin. Vader's blood suddenly ran cold as he saw the reason for his younger self's distress. It was Padme. She was lying unmoving on the ground next to the pillar she had saved herself on during the execution. There was a scorching hole in her shoulder and a pool of blood forming around her head. She must have been hit by a laser beam. Fett ruthlessly used Anakin's distraction to deliver a kick to his gut that sent him flying, but Vader was already moving. With a single jump he was down in the arena next to the girl and cooped her up. Nobody saw more than a black flash of him as he rushed through one of the emergency exits with the senator. He could still feel a pulse. He was halfway to the medical station when she stirred. "Anakin?" he asked with a painful wince. "Hush," Vader made soothingly. "You're going to be all right. I'm here." He used Padme's connection to his younger self to pour calmness and self-confidence into her mind. Her sight was blurred from the blood dripping into her eyes. She probably mistook Vader's voice for his son's, for she relaxed in his arms. Vader held her just a bit tighter. When he reached the medical station, he had to visibly force himself to let go of her and give her to the droids. "She has to live," he warned them. "I'll have all of you dismembered if she doesn't." A part of him wanted to stay with Padme, to make sure she was all right. Another part wanted to go to the arena again and take part in the battle that was to come. He had a reputation to uphold, he couldn't be absent on this day. "Don't worry, sir," one of the droids replied after a short inspection. "Head injuries always look worse than they are and no vital organs have been hit." That decided it for him. Vader nodded and quickly left the station again. He finally answered his furiously blinking COMM link. "The Republic's fleet has arrived," the mother announced. "The general's ships have engaged them. Can I finally get started?" She almost sounded a bit whiny, and despite his agitated state, Vader had to smile. "Engage their cruisers and destroy their shield reactors," he commanded. "You may destroy all but one cruiser. Leave alone smaller spacecraft unless they prove to be a threat or try to enter the atmosphere. One of their cruisers has already made it to the atmosphere and is dispatching shuttles. Then that'll be the one you leave intact," he said. "The rest, blast them to pieces." With pleasure, the mother returned, and Vader could imagine the delighted look in her eyes. Finally she got to shot at some real enemies. Darth Vader left for the arena again. On his way he crossed the path of 5 stormtroopers, who he killed with quick, effective strikes of his lightsaber. When he stepped outside, he found himself in the middle of the battle, just in time to see Mace Windu beheading Jango Fett. Darth Maul and Savage Opress had been forced to fight back-to-back to defend against the sudden onslaught of enemies. Qui-Gon was fighting both Anakin and Kenobi. Over their heads hovered at least 24 shuttles filled with clone troopers. In one of them, Vader could see Master Yoda coordinating an attack on Count Dooku, who was trying to fight himself through the crowd to where the emergency spacecraft was being kept. Vader quickly activated his COMM link and ordered another batch of droids to assist Qui-Gon and separate him from the main battle. Then he raised his head to the sky. His eyes narrowed, he estimated the distance, and then, when Yoda's shuttle moved closer to the ground, he was on it with a few quick jumps. His red lightsaber tore through the roof like butter. He dropped down in the middle of a trooper squad and whirled around, his red blade reflecting all the shots taken at him. 2 clones went down by the ricochets, the rest became more careful. "Stop firing," a voice sounded suddenly. The clones turned around to look at Yoda. The tiny green gnome regarded the Sith with a scowl. "Lord Vader," he stated, still calm. "Guessed that you were behind this, I should have." "I'm not behind anything," Vader returned. "On the contrary, I'm always up front." And then he attacked. Meanwhile the droids had managed to disrupt the fight between Qui-Gon, Anakin, and Obi-Wan. One of the walls of the arena had been crushed and the 3 had been driven into the pit where the Geonosianer kept their beasts. Qui-Gon and Anakin had managed to jump out of it in time before they broke away from their damaged cages, but Obi-Wan was stuck battling 10 times the amount of monsters he'd faced to his execution. Anakin had engaged Qui-Gon in a duel of his own. He was not yet on par with the old ex-Jedi, but anger and fear about Padme's injury and sudden disappearance was fueling his strength. He didn't have time for this, he had to go and find her. With a lucky sweep that was aimed for his opponent's throat, Anakin managed to hit Qui-Gon. The old man was barely able to dodge, but the strike hit his helmet, tore through the metal, and cut off his right ear. Qui-Gon barely gave a hiss of pain as he jumped back. He was forced to remove the helmet, the hot metal now burning his skin. The wound was cauterized and hurt less than it should with the excitement of battle still in his blood, but it was still a distraction he couldn't afford. Anakin, however, didn't move to attack again. Instead he stared at his opponent in shock. "Master Jin?" he asked incredulously. "No. That's not possible. You died." "Anakin," Qui-Gon muttered, and for a moment pain of a different sort flashed through his eyes. "No, I didn't die that day. I can't die yet, there is still something I have to do." "But Obi-Wan, he mourned for you. He cried for you. How could you do that to him?" Anakin quickly looked down to where his master was fighting, too distracted to notice them. "He has to know." "He does know," Qui-Gon interrupted him. He didn't make a move to use the Padawan's distraction, but rather used the time to recover his strength. I told him everything, but he wouldn't listen. But maybe he'll listen to you. Please Anakin, I don't want to fight against either of you." "But then why are you doing it?" Anakin asked, suddenly angry again. "You're supposed to fight on our side. What are you doing here?" "I am on your side. I'm doing what I have to save the Jedi Order." Anakin laughed hollowly. "By killing them?" Qui-Gon shook his head. "The Jedi are being controlled by the Sith. Lord Vader has been working against him for..." "Lord Vader," Anakin repeated incredulously. "What does my father have to do with all of this?" Qui-Gon sighed. "It was going to get out eventually. He's our leader. He's working with Count Dooku to build up an army." "No." Anakin moved back a few steps. "That can't be right." But even as he spoke those words, he knew in his heart that it could be right, and that it was. It wasn't the Force telling him. Strangely enough, whenever he had meditated on a matter concerning his father and his stricken loyalty to him, the Force had always refused him advice. It was his heart telling him that yes, that was something his father would do. "It doesn't matter," he finally stated, and gripped his lightsaber, holding it on front of him with both hands. "Your plan will fail. The Republic will defeat him. We have our own army now." "But that is exactly where the problem is," Qui-Gon interrupted him. "Those clone troopers the Jedi brought? I've seen them before in a vision. They're going to turn on you. They have been created for no other purpose than to wipe out the Jedi Order. When they're at their weakest, busy fighting against an overwhelming foe and spread throughout the entire galaxy, the Sith controlling the clones will order them to kill you all. I've seen it, Anakin, it's going to happen. I don't want to kill any Jedi, but I'll do my best to kill as many clones as I can." Anakin stared at him in shock. That doesn't make any sense. Why should you have a vision like that if none of the Jedi had? Because you are blinded, all of you, by the dark side. And you're not, Anakin raged again. You're one of them now? I know my father doesn't care about the Jedi, why should he work to save them? He wants to save you. Anakin laughed hollowly again. His whole body was shaking by now. My father, if he's really that high up with you guys, then why did he just stand there when they wanted to have me executed? He didn't do a thing to help me even though I asked. He said he'd always be there for me, but he lied. He lied, and now there's war and Padme is. He gave an anguished cry, and Qui-Gon felt how the darkness gathered around him. I won't let him get away with it. Anakin jumped forward, and Qui-Gon didn't have time to answer because now he had to fight for his life. Anakin's strikes were coming fast and powerfully, but he was lacking finesse and experience. Qui-Gon had to feed his own frustration and fear into the dark side, but he was able to hold himself against the raging teen that way. Even as he did, he couldn't help but notice how similar Anakin's furious aura was to Vader's in that moment. There was only one difference, and that was that Anakin's power was wild and uncontrolled. Qui-Gon would have to end the duel fast or there was no telling what would happen. Anakin. The Jedi Padawan was distracted for just a second as his master, Obi-Wan Kenobi, who had finally dispatched of all the beasts, landed not far from him. Anakin, we have to go. Count Dooku is fleeing. We have to go after him, it's our only chance to end this war before it starts. Count Dooku isn't the leader of these guys, Anakin growled out. My father is. Anakin, please. Obi-Wan walked towards his Padawan, laying a hand on his shoulder. You have to calm down. Just look into the arena. It's full of Sith. I'm sure Dooku is one of them as well. My father would never accept having to bow to someone like him, so he must be the master. This time, Obi-Wan didn't try to deny it. Nonetheless, we don't know where he is, we have to take out Dooku. I can't let you do that, the old man said. Anakin, Obi-Wan, please reconsider. You are being manipulated. Listen to me. But Obi-Wan shook his head. I listened to you for years. I trusted your word and your judgment. Now I have to question everything you ever taught me. I can feel the dark side surrounding you. You have broken the Jedi Code. I saw what blindly adhering to that code will lead to. This isn't a fire you can extinguish with water, you have to fight it with fire. That is the only way. You talk like a true Sith, Obi-Wan said morosely. Only they know nothing but extremes. If we start using the dark side to defend the Jedi Order, then we have already lost the fight. He turned to his Padawan. Anakin, you have to find Master Yoda and warn him. Tell him that Count Dooku is fleeing. He has to decide whether to follow him or search for Lord Vader. What about you, Master? Obi-Wan's expression darkened and he got into a fighting stance, facing Qui-Gon. I have to finish this first. On the other side of the battlefield, Darth Maul stopped for a moment in cutting down clone troopers when he felt the presence of his master nudge his mind. How is your situation, General Maul? It is steady. The Jedi are slowly getting overwhelmed, but there are a few that still fight strong and the clones are damaging a large amount of our security. Especially this black-skinned Jedi Master is giving us problems. We will need some more time. Mace Windu. Yes, he is a formidable opponent indeed. Forget about him. I have a more important mission for you. Master, Maul asked with slight confusion. It was taking his brothers and him all they got to fight this blasted Jedi. He was proud his master would entrust an important mission to him, but not entirely confident he could face a more powerful opponent all by himself. One of the main lessons his master had taught him was to know when a mission was too difficult for him. He had learned humility the hard way and was always encouraged to state when he thought he would have troubles completing a mission. It was better doing so in the beginning and asking for backup than to fail an important mission. Maul had had a hard time overcoming his pride in the beginning, but since failure led to harsh punishment not of him but of his brothers, he had learned to accept that he would never reach Vader's league. His master didn't expect him to, and while this attitude had greatly bothered him with Sidious, here he did not have to fear being replaced as an apprentice. Lord Vader would continue to use him even when he reached his limits. He would make sure he pushed him until he did, but he would not expect him to go even further and destroy himself in the process. This arena is about to collapse. There is a prisoner in the medical wing who I want you to evacuate. Bring her to the executor. Senator Amidala is to come to no harm. The girl that was about to be executed with the Jedi, Maul clarified. The same. I understand. It will be done, my master. He didn't understand, but that was beside the point. His master had given him an order and he would follow through with it without question. He was a little hesitant to leave his brothers alone with Windu, but it couldn't be helped. Quickly he reached for his connections with Savage and Thiril, explaining in short words why he had to go. After Darth Maul left the battlefield, the situation quickly worsened for the other two Zabruks. Before, Maul had fought Windu with Savage busying the clones and Thiril using his lightsaber in his right hand purely for defense while he aimed the blaster in his left either at Windu to distract him or at a clone to kill. Now the two remaining brothers had to band together to keep up with the Jedi and still defend themselves against the clones. Darth Vader turned off the speaker of his COMM link. He was crouching on one of the top benches of the arena and watched as Yoda's shuttle crashed into the structure below and ended in an explosion. Of course he wasn't so arrogant to think this stunt had actually managed to kill the gnome. In fact, the little master was hurling towards him with a mighty jump. Darth Vader barely moved a finger and one large boulder from the increasing amount of rubble rose to meet Yoda halfway. Now his green lightsaber might be able to slice through the rock easily, but that still wouldn't prevent both halves from hitting him. Yoda was forced to stem against the boulder with both feet and change his line of flight by pushing against it. Darth Vader continued to send rubble in his direction, a big rock here, a pillar there, a large chunk of metal, a crashed shuttle, a clone trooper. Yoda countered all of his attacks with his own, moving the massive projectiles away using the Force. Soon Vader grew bored of it. He wasn't going to let Yoda anywhere close range. He knew his strength was his grip over the Force. He was a master of the lightsaber, but he was not entirely certain he could match Yoda's skill in it. Maybe in 10 or 20 years, when he was weakened by age and grief, but there was too much at risk today. Instead, Vader sought to put his powers to a test. The next boulder he lifted, he didn't just hurl at his opponent. He kept a strong hold on it the entire time, and when the Jedi moved to intercept it, he refused to let it go. For a moment, the giant boulder just hovered in the air as neither of them wanted to give in. Yoda stared at him, his small eyes narrowed as he struggled to keep the rock from crushing him. Vader smirked and pushed a little harder. Suddenly a loud crack could be heard, and the rock, easily 3 times Vader's size, broke down into a dozen pieces, all of them falling on top of the Jedi Master, but miraculously managing to miss him all the same. The pressure had been too much for it. Vader's smirk widened as he got an idea. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned the lightsaber that Yoda had hung to his belt again to have both hands free in his commandment of the Force, to his hands. The Jedi felt the weapon leave and caught himself just in time to reach out for it. The lightsaber came to a stop just 3 meters away from Vader. Now both Force users had their hands outstretched, the metal hilt hovering between them, trembling from the 2 opposite pulls. In later days, Yoda would think he should have seen it coming. He normally would have, because the Force guided him, but when it came to Vader, he never got a warning. Thus the hilt of his lightsaber trembled and cracked for a few seconds before it was practically ripped apart. The green crystal within shattered in a small explosion that would have knocked both of them off their feet hadn't they braced themselves for it. Shouts became loud as the few survivors of the crash now came running towards them. The clones saw their leader was in trouble and rushed to help. "Stay where you are," Yoda shouted, but it was too late. Already Darth Vader held up his hands, and as he now began to hurl clone trooper after clone trooper in Yoda's direction, the Jedi didn't try to use the Force. If he tried to move them away from him or even just soften their landing, Vader would hold onto them until their bodies broke down. He didn't want his men to end like that boulder. Thus, the Master was forced to jump out of the way. Eventually, Yoda managed to get a blaster from one of the clones and started to attack again. Vader was forced to finally draw his own lightsaber, which he made sure to have a firm hold on both with his hands and the Force, and deflect the shots. It bought the gnome enough time to get to one of the fallen Jedi and, praying he found peace in the Force, took his lightsaber from the body. "Your skills are impressive," Vader acknowledged as the small master rose to his feet again. "You are indeed the leader of the Jedi Order, Yoda. Still, I expected something more. Ruthless are you, and cold," Yoda said, activating the new lightsaber. "To the likes of you, the world will bow not. Put an end to your crimes, I have to. Don't be so full of yourself. Somebody like you will never be able to stop me. Only pure light or pure darkness can destroy me, and you are neither." Yes, only his younger self, Anakin, could one day succeed him if he embraced the darkness. Him or the pure soul of his son, Luke. If he'd had more time with him, if he'd had the chance to really get to know him. Maybe Darth Vader could have been destroyed. But no more. The clone troopers had used their conversation to make themselves scarce, and seeing as he had run out of living projectiles to hurl at the Jedi, Vader was forced to enter a duel after all. He didn't like it, but the fact that he had been able to prove his superiority with the Force had made him question where else Yoda's body was failing him due to age. He might not be able to win a clean duel, but he could test his abilities. The two Force users clashed, the red and green blades flashing white for a moment before they came apart again. Vader didn't hold back. He delivered blow after blow in a fast, overwhelming style and forced Yoda into the defense quickly. He didn't make any mistake though. He was a bit slower than anticipated, but not slow enough that Vader could see holes in his defense. He was indeed a master of the arts. A few times his blade even came close to hurting him. That was when Vader decided he had to up the game. In the other timeline, Darth Sidious had often scolded Vader for being too honorable. When he made a promise, he kept it. When he made a threat, he followed through with it. When an opponent surrendered, he would take him into custody, knowing full well his trial would end in execution anyway. Sidious had done his best to drive out this sense of honor, and to some level, he had succeeded. Vader didn't have any second thought about lying to pirates or slavers or other scum. It hadn't bothered him when he had gone back on his deal with Cal Risjan on Bespin, as it had served its purpose. But when it was about people he genuinely respected, people that were useful to him or maybe even that he liked, then Vader had never really managed to get rid of this honor. It was why he had gone to such lengths to ensure it would still be the Jedi who started this war, knowing Anakin would see it as a betrayal if he did it. It was why he didn't kill Firil, the third and weakest of the Zabrak brothers, even though the grief for their brother would have made the other two stronger in the dark side. Unfortunately, Darth Vader didn't have a shred of respect for Master Yoda. Like Obi-Wan, the Jedi had kept the existence of his children from him. He had gone into hiding while the remains of his order fought for their lives and done absolutely nothing to help them or the rebellion. He'd died alone as the last of the Jedi, leaving Luke on his own far too early and sending him to a mission that had been far too much for his abilities. In Vader's mind, the way a person died was just as defining as the way a person lived. Yoda had died a pathetic death. He had run away from Vader, hiding on some faraway planet, and thus he had lost all right to die honorably in a duel against Vader. There wasn't any warning. One moment Yoda was crossing blades with him, the other he was lying on his back and his lightsaber rolled out of his hand only to be caught and crushed under Vader's boot. He didn't even realize what had happened as he felt the heat of the red laser sword against his throat. Everything had just gone so fast. Vader smirked down at the defeated Jedi. He was using the Force to press him down, making him unable to move. That dirty little trick had often saved him a lot of time. While Yoda was able to hold himself against him in a Force duel, Vader had noticed that he usually took a few moments to concentrate before catching whatever he threw at him. It was, however, impossible to hold against a foreign force pull if something small and light was pulled away from you very fast if you didn't see it coming. Like, for example, your shoes. Vader didn't even have to pull much, as even a small pull would be enough to ruin your balance. Now Yoda may not make a habit out of wearing shoes, but pulling at the back of his robes and pinning them to the ground had the same effect. The green gnome had been so focused on keeping his hands on his lightsaber that he'd overlooked the possibility of Vader attacking his clothing. "It's over, Master Yoda," Darth Vader stated. "No," the Jedi muttered, "over it is not. You are defeated. Your clones will soon be killed off and there won't be any reinforcements. You have already noticed, haven't you? The reason you're still so horribly outnumbered is because my fleet is destroying your warships right in this moment. Nobody is going to help you." "You're wrong," a harsh voice from behind called out. "Drop your weapon." Vader slowly turned his head just enough to see the tip of a blue lightsaber hover by his throat. "Hello, Anakin," he greeted calmly, having sensed his son approach but been unwilling to interrupt his duel and ruin his chance of showing off his superiority. "I said," Anakin repeated coldly, "drop your weapon. And if I don't, Vader inquired, not leaving Yoda out of his sight. What will you do then? Will you kill me? Anakin didn't answer. The tiny Jedi Master watched with no small amount of interest and caution as Anakin stepped forward and Vader had to lean back to avoid being cut. You are the one, he snarled, and Vader could feel the anger leaking out of him. You are the one behind this army, behind this conspiracy. It was your plan all along. You should know me better than that, Vader said. He did step back though, allowing Yoda to stand up while he stepped out of Anakin's direct range. I hate making plans. I have some vague concepts and ideas, but in the end I'm the one unpredictable chess piece that steps in just the wrong moment and ruins all your year-long efforts, or accelerates your plans, depending on whose side you're on. You wanted to have me executed. Obi-Wan and Padme, you wanted to have them killed. You are not dead. You. Anakin stopped himself, closing his eyes for a moment to regain control of his emotions. He couldn't afford to lose his temper now. He could feel the dark side reaching for him. Even without Yoda whispering to him, resist you must, young Padawan. Don't let him get to you. He knew he couldn't allow his emotions to rule him. He couldn't feed them to the Force, for only the dark side would take them, and he couldn't very well use that with the Jedi Master standing right next to him. But letting it leak out was even more dangerous, as he had not forgotten his father's early teachings about how it would corrupt his mind. Thus, he had to suppress his emotions, had to bottle them up at least for now, though he would have to find a way to vent them later on. I should have seen it coming, he said finally. You are a Sith after all. Fighting against the Jedi is their purpose. I'm not the one who started this war, Vader reminded him. And I'm not fighting it against you or your precious order either. You are just pawns on a greater board. But if you follow me, my son, you will be a knight, you will be the key to the downfall of the king. No more secrets, no more lies. If you just surrender to my authority, I will teach you everything I know and give you everything you ask for. You saw it yourself, not even the greatest master of your order can stand up to me. That kind of power can be yours as well. Anakin shook his head, disbelieving. You expect me to come with you? After everything you've done today? That won't happen. He knew that, of course. Darth Vader didn't expect Anakin to accept his offer, not this early on. He was powerful himself and proud enough to want to go his own way. The day he would succumb to Vader entirely would be his most desperate hour. Something incredibly terrible had to happen for Anakin Skywalker to fall into such despair, especially since Vader had taken care to strengthen his mind and heart. The day everything seemed so lost that he agreed to calling Vader his master would be the day Vader himself would have to use all his resources to prevent certain doom from befalling them, and that, ironically, would mean he may very well have to tell Anakin the truth about his future. He dearly hoped that day would never come. What have I done today? Vader asked. He made a gesture to encompass the battlefield. I won a battle. I defeated a Jedi Master. I defended my Genosian clients against the threat of a surprise attack by the Republic, who they were at peace at and had never even received a declaration of war as a warning. Exactly what are you accusing me of? Because of you Padme got hurt. Ah, Vader said, lowering his arms. Now we get to the core of the matter. You are angry because you weren't strong enough to protect your friends. Does that mean you'll come with me if I promise to spare them? Anakin took longer this time to answer. Listen to him, you must not, Yoda muttered. The dark side, speaking out of him is. Give in to him, your friends would never want you to. Even so, Vader said, you'd have to ask yourself what you want, for your friends to be happy or for them to be alive. And then, how can they be happy if they are not alive? He didn't smirk this time, just looked at Anakin calmly, testing. If there is no way for them to be happy, wouldn't you rather they at least live? If you dare to hurt them, then what? Do you honestly expect me not to defend myself? You started this war, Anakin, not me. I don't want to know how many Genosian civilians were killed today because of your unprovoked attack. Unprovoked it is not when executing Jedi and senators, you are, Yoda stated. Directly against the Republic's intergalactic law, it goes. The prisoners were trespassing on high security ground and causing millions of property damage. The intergalactic law clearly states that the planets may judge crimes committed on their territory by their own law. The Jedi are no exception to this, and Senator Amidala wasn't acting in her official function. You talk as if you care one bit about the Genosians, Anakin replied, scowling. I know that you don't. All of this was a ruse. The only reason you held this public display was to force a reaction from the Republic so you could lay the blame for the war on us. Vader looked at Anakin in surprise, and eventually, he felt a proud smile appear on his face. You have grown much, Anakin. I didn't think you'd come to this insight this fast. You are indeed my son. His words only made the young Padawan angrier. He couldn't help but feel a small spark of happiness at his father's praise, and he hated it because, dang it, he was supposed to fight him, to control him, and he was still following his lead. Shut up. You used me like a tool, and I won't forgive you for it. Won't you? Vader whispered. Even though it brought you so much good. What are you talking about? Nothing good can come out of this. You don't see it, Vader replied and shook his head in disappointment. But you will. Soon enough, you will see. Padawan Skywalker, Yoda said, retreat now, we must. But too strong, your father is. Come back at a later time, we will. In the distance, a small number of shuttles was descending and clones were jumping out of them, providing the surviving Jedi with a means to escape and helping them to retreat. The order must have come from the fleet above, which meant the mother had succeeded in defeating them. Still, Anakin looked back at his father, stricken. Go, he ordered, and deactivated his lightsaber. I will let you leave today. You have shown great strength and potential. I look forward to the day when your power is mine to command. Anakin countered his gaze with anger and indignation, but also with an underlying note of sadness. He didn't realize that Vader's words were merely a show, spoken for the sake of the Green Jedi Master. If he let his fondness for his younger self show too much, they might suspect Anakin had been conspiring with him or would in the future. It was important the young man rejected all his offers completely and resolutely. Only then the Jedi might allow him to show his true potential and trust him to have a leading role in the upcoming war. Yoda and Anakin retreated back to the shuttles, but halfway to it, the young Jedi stopped again. Master Yoda, I still couldn't find Senator Amidala. I have to go and find her. Go, you will nowhere, Yoda decided. In a catastrophe, this battle has ended. Save what we can, we must. But it's my fault she came to be here in the first place. I was supposed to protect her, he protested. If alive she is, being kept as a hostage she will be. Decide what to do about it, we will later. Searching for her now, suicide it would be. They already tried to kill her once, there is no guarantee they would keep her alive. Especially not now. Padawan Skywalker, Yoda boomed, showing for once a speck of the power in him. Caused enough trouble you have, walking into Vader's trap. If go for her now you do, save you might her. But the hold Vader keeps on you, strengthen it will. Unfortunate the Senator's fate is, but sacrifice yourself for her, you cannot. And why not? Anakin questioned hotly. Because we're at war? Because a fighting Jedi is more important now than a peace-loving diplomat? My father might be a Sith, a liar, and manipulator, but in one thing he is right, it was the Jedi who started this war. We failed to protect the peace. The Senator might be one of the few persons who could still save it. Too late for that, it is, Yoda returned. Declared the war, the Senate has. What happened here, unpunished it will go not. The Senator's fate, not yours to decide it is, especially not when falsified by your emotions. Your opinion is. Know your place, Padawan. Anakin was one step away from saying screw you to Master Yoda and rushed to save his Padme anyway. He'd just saved the gnome's life and now he was told he should turn his back on his newfound love. The Jedi Master must have seen it, for he stared at him with piercing eyes, even putting pressure on his mind with the Force a bit. "We will retreat now," he repeated. "Do you understand?" "Yes, Master." Yoda nodded and continued on, but Anakin remained for a few seconds, grounding his teeth. He'd come back, he swore himself. If there wasn't any news about Padme soon, he'd take one of these stormtrooper teams and come back to rescue her himself. Maybe Obi-Wan would help him, if he got away today. Anakin had confidence in his master. He knew that Qui-Gon was not an easy opponent, but during the brief fight he'd had with the man, he had felt his reluctance. The old master didn't really want to kill his former student, and so Anakin hoped his teacher would win the fight. As soon as Anakin had left the beast pit, Obi-Wan Kenobi had attacked his old master. He'd fought Qui-Gon many times in the past. He had thought he knew his style, but he soon learned that it had changed over the years. Despite his age, the ex-Jedi was faster, more alert, as if he was used fighting a stronger opponent. But Obi-Wan had learned much himself. He was no Padawan, no knight anymore, he was a master himself. "Obi-Wan, we do not have to fight. If you'd just listen to me." "I have listened," the Jedi replied, "and I chose to ignore your words." He attacked again, forcing Qui-Gon on the defense as he switched to a more aggressive style. "The sad thing is," he muttered, "that you might be right. But even if you are, I can't take you serious now that you have chosen the darkness." "You would sacrifice your life? You would sacrifice the Jedi in an attempt to avoid seeing the truth?" Qui-Gon asked, disbelieving. "I have to trust the Republic. I have to trust in the system. Once the Separatists are dealt with, I will investigate your claims personally, but the Jedi will solve this peacefully. That is what we do, that is what we are, keepers of the peace." "It will be too late by then," Qui-Gon shouted, and a new spike of darkness tainted his aura. Obi-Wan shuddered as he felt the Force flare up, the dark side wrapping tightly around his former master. He could feel the anger and frustration ripple around him, and it brought a stab of pain to his own heart. For just a moment he was distracted. That moment was enough. Obi-Wan failed to block his old master's next attack. On sweep knocked his lightsaber out of his hand, the next sent a sudden flash of pain through his arm. Obi-Wan gasped and stumbled back. He knew he shouldn't let his opponent out of his eyes, but he couldn't help but risk a short glance at his wound. He shouldn't have. The Jedi stared at his blackened stump, disbelieving. Shock settled into his mind. He was barely registering the pain. There was no blood, just ugly, frizzled raw flesh. "Obi-Wan, you have to come to your senses." Obi-Wan looked up again. He thought he saw a flash of pain in his old master's eyes, but it was gone so fast and it was overshadowed by Obi-Wan's own. The Jedi was on his knees now, clutching his arm without knowing how he got into that position. Qui-Gon closed in on him, his lightsaber still activated but lowered to the ground. Obi-Wan was no threat anymore. "I am sorry it had to come to this," the old man whispered. "I never wanted you to get hurt. I wanted to save you above all. But I can't take you prisoner. Vader would do things to you that are so much worse than death. You have to come with me willingly." "No. If it was just me I'd give you time, but I can't." Obi-Wan shook his head, partly to deny the offer and partly to chase away the fuzziness in his head. He spotted his weapon, it had rolled behind Qui-Gon, out of reach. "I will never join you." Sampling his last strength, the Jedi rose to his feet again. He didn't want to die kneeling. "Obi-Wan, end this madness, you can't fight anymore." "I'm not the one," he gasped as he moved his arm in the wrong way, sending another spike of pain through it. "I'm not the one who's mad." He looked up at his old master, defiant, determined. "You'll have to kill me." Qui-Gon looked stricken for a moment, but he saw how he reached a decision, how his expression settled to sad acceptance. Any last hope that there might be enough of his old master in this man that he'd let him go died in that moment. So be it. I am sorry about this. He raised his lightsaber for a final strike. Me too, Obi-Wan whispered and closed his eyes. There was a sudden flash of light, the smell of burning flesh intensifying for a moment. Qui-Gon's eyes widened. The hand holding his weapon trembled as he stared down at the blue blade sticking out of his torso. Obi-Wan had used the Force to switch on his lightsaber that he'd lost and called it to his hand, right through Qui-Gon's body. I am sorry, Master, Obi-Wan muttered again, watching as the old man sunk to his knees. He could see shock in his eyes and a small trail of blood running down from the corner of his mouth. You are making a mistake, Qui-Gon whispered at last desperately. Then he fell forward. Obi-Wan deactivated his weapon using the Force and caught the handle in his left hand before his master hit the ground. His face was turned to the side, his long gray hair spreading out around his head as he stared with wide empty eyes at nothing. Obi-Wan swallowed a sob as he knelt down. All around him the Force was vibrating from the sudden loss of one of its servants. The Jedi felt something snap in him that he hadn't known he'd still possessed. He tried to tell himself that this wasn't his master, that he had changed so much. The bond he'd had to him should have been broken the day he chose the darkness. And yet, this much was obvious now, it hadn't. A part of him had always been connected to this man, and that part of him left together with the light in Qui-Gon's eyes. His methods might be twisted and wrong, but in the end, even holding the blade at his throat, Qui-Gon had tried to protect him. He'd killed his master, the closest he ever had to a father. He'd killed him. Pain and sorrow overwhelmed Obi-Wan and ran down his cheeks in wet trails. He touched Qui-Gon's neck, automatically searching for a pulse that wasn't there anymore. I'm sorry, he whispered hoarsely. His fingers wandered higher, closing the dead man's eyes. I am so sorry, Master. 20 minutes later, Darth Vader was standing in the middle of what was left of the arena. 24 stormtroopers were kneeling in one line in front of him, their hands bound behind their backs, their heads bare of the helmets and lowered to the ground. A large group of battle droids was holding them in check with pointed rifles. Darth Maul was standing next to his master. Both of them were only listening with one ear to the speech one of the commander droids read about the crimes the clones had committed and that warranted their execution. At last the droids raised their weapons and showered the clones in blaster fire. When the last clone dropped dead, Vader turned to his apprentice. Do you have the report for the battle on the planet? He wanted to know. He'd already been briefed by the Mother about the victory they had gained against the Republic's fleet. Only 15% of their ships had been able to flee. Vader knew that millions of clones were still on their way, but for the first battle, the one supposed to show the Republic's strength, it had been a disaster. The arena is beyond repair and there have been extended fires and bombings on 3 surrounding cities, Darth Maul began. I estimate that around a third of the droids stationed here were destroyed, and Poggle the Lesser is very angry about the losses he made. There have been little losses in the civilian population. However, he hesitated and avoided Vader's eyes for a moment. We are missing 2 of our generals, Master. Vader narrowed his eyes. Explain, he demanded. General Jin's body could be recovered from the structure. It seems he was killed by a Jedi. General Thirol is still missing. Savage reported that he was caught by the retreating soldiers. Anger and hatred surged powerfully through Darth Vader as he heard the news. Qui-Gon was dead? How could that happen? Oh, he knew, the old man had been fighting Kenobi last time he'd seen him. Vader was confident that with his experience and Vader's added teachings, Qui-Gon was more than capable of taking on his former student. It didn't make sense for him to fail. Except maybe if he hadn't been able to overcome his feelings for the Jedi after all. Qui-Gon may have released Vader from his promise to spare Kenobi, but doing so and actually fighting him were 2 entirely different things. Still, Vader couldn't help but feel a stab of pain, of betrayal in his heart. Qui-Gon may have been compromised, but he would have thought that Kenobi would be as well. He would have thought the Jedi didn't have it in him to kill his former master. But then again, he also hadn't thought he had it in him to mutilate and leave his former Padawan to die. It was stupid, really. He should have known. He should have known that such bonds meant nothing to Kenobi. Qui-Gon's attachment had made him stronger, for it had helped him to free himself of the restricting Jedi code. Vader normally didn't think that emotions and bonds made you weak, but he couldn't deny that in this case they had been Qui-Gon's downfall. It wasn't so much the love he held for Kenobi, but rather that he'd given his heart to somebody who wouldn't return his feelings. "My master," Darth Maul asked once the explosion of darkness around Vader had settled enough to allow him to breathe again. "I ask you for permission to retrieve my brother from the Republic's clutches." Vader, who was been busy burning holes in the clones' bodies with his gaze, turned to his apprentice sharply. "Did you complete your mission?" Darth Maul blinked, confused for a moment. "Master. Did you bring the senator to the executor safely?" He felt a spark of anger from his student, though he didn't let it show on his face. It had been because of that mission that he hadn't been there when Thiril had been caught. "Yes, my master." "Good. We will organize an exchange of hostages. Send them a message." "Master, I doubt they will agree to it." "Maybe so, but in discussing it they will waste time in which they won't dare to use too drastic means to get information about our operation out of the general. If they stay unaware of his position in our ranks, they might take our offer." "Master, I am sure if I pursued them now I could still get to him in time." "You will do as I tell you," Vader reprimanded him strictly. "Your brother will be saved, but you have to follow my orders without question." Darth Maul lowered his head again, anger and frustration fighting within him. "Yes, my master." In all actuality, Thiril's capture pleased Vader greatly. He had wondered for some time now how he could get Padme back to his younger self safely without anyone suspecting anything. If he just let her go, she might get suspected of conspiring with the Confederacy. If he let her flee or allow her to be saved, everyone would think him incompetent. No, an exchange of hostages was the perfect excuse to get her and Anakin together again. And until then, he'd get to spend some time with his future daughter-in-law. At the same time, on a Republican ship heading back to the middle of the galaxy, a worried Padawan came bursting into the medical room. "Master. Obi-Wan. Heard you the first time," a sour voice grumbled, and a couple of medical droids moved aside to reveal the form of the auburn-haired Jedi in the bed. "Master. You're all right," Anakin Skywalker said with noticeable relief and moved closer. It was then that he noticed the bandaged stump where Obi-Wan's right hand used to be. Immediately, the Padawan froze and his eyes widened before narrowing quickly. Blood rushed in his ears as he felt the anger rise inside of him, and a scowl formed on his forehead. "Who did this?" he demanded to know. "What happened?" "Anakin. Who hurt you like that?" "Anakin," the Jedi Master called out sharply. "Calm down." Anakin looked at him in surprise, but finally, he took a deep breath and fought down his violent emotions. He could feel his master's worry for him through their bond. That was ridiculous. He wasn't the one with a missing hand. But he couldn't afford to lose his temper around him, not when he was in such a state. So the young Jedi calmed himself down forcefully. It was hard, seeing as he was still so worried about Padme, angry at Master Yoda, and so confused and furious and sad and just plain mad at his father. Anakin counted to 10 and took a seat by his master's side before he dared open his eyes again and ask, this time calmly but much more determined. "Who did this to you?" Obi-Wan sighed and laid his good hand on Anakin's. "Qui-Gon did." Anakin almost jumped to his feet again at that. "What? How could he?" "Master, I don't understand it. Why does he work against the Republic? Why is he conspiring with these people? He was your master, he was a Jedi. Anakin. He's supposed to protect you. No matter what he thinks is right or what my father made him think, a bond between master and student should be stronger than that, shouldn't it? How could he hurt you like that? It's the worst betrayal." Anakin couldn't understand it and he was so angry, not just at Qui-Gon but at his father as well. Anakin, I killed him. I don't. What? Obi-Wan closed his eyes and for just a moment he opened up his mind wide enough to let Anakin feel a fraction of the pain he felt inside. The young man flinched back as if he'd been slapped but regretted it in the same moment as Obi-Wan let go of his hand and turned away, unable to look into his eyes any longer. I killed my old master, the Jedi choked. He was about to finish me off. Said if I'd be captured it would only be worse for me. And I killed him. He shook his head as if unable to believe his own words. I literally stabbed him in the back from behind. Anakin felt how their connection was being closed again and he sunk into his seat, suddenly feeling very small and childish. What right did he have to complain about his father's political orientation when Obi-Wan's master had tried to kill him with his own two hands? What right did he have to be angry at having once again confirmed his father's disregard for life when Obi-Wan watched his entire world shatter as the foundation of his beliefs crumbled in the darkness? What right did he have to feel confused about his duties between his desire to save Padme, to follow the Jedi Code and to fight side by side with his father when Obi-Wan had had to choose his old master in the darkness or killing his father figure in the name of the light? I am sorry, he finally managed to get out. Obi-Wan took a deep breath and visibly pulled himself together. My master. He was not himself anymore, he whispered. The dark side does things to people. He was still very much convinced that he was doing the right thing but it was wrong. The dark side is an evil, twisted power. It is everything we Jedi stand against. Obi-Wan looked at him seriously, even putting additional weight behind his words using the Force. Listen to me, Anakin, this is important. We must never use it, regardless for which reasons. It changes people without them even realizing it. If we fall for it, we lose whatever we have been fighting for. I know that, Anakin replied, feeling a bit dizzy. Do you? Because, my Padawan, you came dangerously close to using the dark side yourself today and that more than once. Anakin paled. I wouldn't do that. I know about the risks, I have myself under control. And he did, except for that moment when he hadn't known whenever or not Padme was alright. In that moment, it hadn't been important what would become of him because if Padme wasn't there, there was nothing he could fight for. There was nothing important except for her, so of course he would use everything to get her back. It was only later that he'd realized that there was more. There was Obi-Wan. There was his life and reputation as a Jedi. There was his mother. There was even, as ridiculous as it sounded, his father who had no other thread holding him to the light than him. Anakin, Obi-Wan said seriously, you are mistaken. There are no risks to using the dark side. There are only hard consequences. If you use something evil to do good, you're still evil. Who said absolutes are for Sith? Anakin returned. What I mean is... I know exactly what you mean, Master, the young Jedi interrupted him. But I refuse to believe that defending your own life makes you evil. No, Obi-Wan whispered, but it makes me a murderer. It makes you a skilled fighter. Sometimes you have to take a life to protect thousands of others. You kill for protection but you murder in war. I'm a Jedi, Anakin, a peacekeeper. How can I kill a person, much less another Jedi, without failing in my role? If that's so, Anakin called out, then all of the Jedi who came to save us today failed in their role. Well, maybe they did. Obi-Wan shook his head and sank a bit deeper into his pillows. I should have never called for reinforcements. If you hadn't, you'd be dead. And don't you dare suggest that would be better. Well, we wouldn't be at war. No, we'd just be totally unprepared for when that army comes marching to our front door. It's sad what happened to Master Jin, but he fought for what he believed in and so did you. Sometimes it can't be helped that different perspectives clash. What makes Master Jin's betrayal so unforgivable is only that he never told you about any of this. Obi-Wan gave him a crooked smile. Now it's the student lecturing the master, hey. Well, I have to win. You're being stupid, Anakin returned. The Jedi got serious quickly again though. I am sorry, Anakin. You must be quite shaken by the events of this day as well, yet you're holding yourself great. I heard you saved Master Yoda's life. Anakin's expression darkened. I didn't do anything worthwhile. My duty was to protect Senator Amidala, but she's still missing. I came here to save you but ended up in the arena together with you. I couldn't help you with Master Jin, I couldn't stop Dooku, and I didn't even cross swords with my father once. He just kinda walked away from me. Don't be so harsh to yourself. If you hadn't stopped Vader, none of the Jedi would have been able to escape. I would have never made it to the ship in time. And he did let us go, his fleet didn't fire a single shot at us. Anakin shrugged. He probably wanted to send a message to the Republic. A proper declaration of war to demoralize the people. It wasn't a message for the Republic, Anakin. It was a message for you. The young Jedi looked at him funny. For me? Yes, for you. To show off his power, how easily he could have crushed us all, but also how he would generously spare us just because we're your allies. Thousands of clones died today, Anakin, but if you want to win a war you don't shoot at the soldiers. You aim for the generals. It didn't make any sense for him to spare that one ship carrying the retreating Jedi. He still wants you to come back to him. What about this other Sith Master Jin talked about? The one that's supposed to manipulate people from the Republic's side. I'll be honest with you, Anakin, I think it's just a distraction. Qui-Gon believed it to be true, but he said it himself that he's only ever seen this supposed enemy in visions. It's not even guaranteed that it's a real threat. The Force warns us of possible futures, but there are many aspects to it, and I do not believe Vader mentally stable enough to find his way through the often confusing ways the Force leads people on. And that is if Vader didn't just make it up from scratch. No, I believe he's fighting for them because of you. Do you remember what the Council said when they took you in? You might be the chosen one, the one who will bring balance to the Force. But we don't know if that's me. Nobody can really tell. No, but whenever you really are the chosen one or not is irrelevant as long as the right people think you are. Vader's whole reason for placing you in our care might be to make sure the Force will choose you, and so that he might have a bond with you that might keep you from following your destiny. He doesn't care about politics. If it's just war he wants, he could have just as easily fought for the Republic together with you. Instead he forces you to choose a side. In doing so he makes sure that if you do follow his lead, there will be no way back for you. That is why it is such a great accomplishment that you resisted him, that you stood strong and continued to fight for what you believe in. That is what true strength is about, and that is why you haven't failed today. Even Master Yoda will have to acknowledge that. But if that's true, if you're right, Master, doesn't that mean that this is all my fault? If it weren't for me, my father wouldn't fight with the Confederacy, his fleet wouldn't have been there, and we might have won and prevented a war from breaking out. Obi-Wan sighed and closed his eyes. Look at us, Anakin, fighting over whose fault it is the galaxy is breaking apart. I have said it so often. You are not responsible for the actions of your father. Everything you do to counter or distract him can only be counted in your favor, but it's not your duty. I wish the Force would just tell me what to do, what to think. I'm always asking for guidance, but it doesn't tell me anything when it comes to my father. Me neither. For a moment, the two Jedi remained in silence. Do you think he might have done something to it? Anakin finally asked quietly. So that nobody could get a read on him. Obi-Wan shuddered. That is a disturbing thought. But no, I don't think anybody could have that kind of power. We are just not asking the right questions. I'm sorry, Anakin. I know it must have been a shock for you to see your father like that. Again, Anakin shrugged, but it took a greater effort to appear uncaring. It wasn't that terrible actually. He never made a secret out of being a Sith or liking to fight. He even hinted that he wanted to take part in a war. Mainly I just feel stupid that I let it affect me at all. He was, very throughout, Obi-Wan replied vaguely. You mustn't let his betrayal get to you. You have to be at peace with yourself and with the Force. He will only bring you pain. You have to let him go. I know that, Anakin replied with a scowl, but I can't just break a bond that has been there for years. He wasn't talking about himself anymore, he was more concerned about his master. It would be impossible to release pain and guilt like the one his master felt into the light side of the Force. I don't think you can either. Sometimes. Maybe sometimes letting go isn't the solution. Sometimes you have to acknowledge your feelings, accept and just endure them. Learn to live with them but make them less of a priority. Now it was Obi-Wan who scowled. Did your father tell you that? No, Anakin replied. That was my mother.